before we proceed. So, good morning to everyone. Thank you. papers and to those joining us online. I know today we had a posted Budget and Finance Committee and Research and Development Committee joint meeting. After conferring with the Research and Development Committee Chairwoman and members of the Research and Development Committee, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we've made the decision to make this a leadership meeting. So if there are members of the committees or other council delegates who wish to join, the link will be available for them to contribute to this conversation. So for the record, we're adjusting our meeting today to be a leadership meeting, but as both committees and council delegates here, we're adopting the same agenda for our leadership meeting. So thank you, Chair Jesus, for your leadership, and also to the Research and Development Committee for their time today. I know that they have been addressing many of these issues on the agenda, so many of their colleagues are being versatile today and will join later via Zoom or calling in or here in person. So we appreciate the collaboration here today. Again, for those I have not yet met, my name is Shandine Parrish. She'ekia Ani Adona initially, although I should team with a team, Ada should check Kabama, Ada should Nala, Akut Alston, no, put an edge at Nasha, put an edge at those, should be for the levels of Anasha. Although a day fish by the uninitial though, I get it though, but I get it. Although DJs, but I should put on those, should be as I go there. So I get it though, but I get it. We're excited to hear our presentations today and look forward to the discussion. So again, thank you all for joining us here today. Welcome to our guests that are invited from all parts of the country to be here today to provide the presentation. So we do appreciate your attendance today. Jeremy, if you want to offer a few words of welcoming as well, could we give a thank you?
Yeah, thank you, Adolph Deja, Chair Parrish, and also to the Budget and Finance Committee members, and also to my colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee members, Yate, Bennett, and to our Legislative Services staff, to Rodney, to you and Leonard, and then to our advisor and assistant, Ms. Nelson. To the Legislative Services staff, thank you for being here, and also to our team from Division of Community Development, to Ms. Yazzie, to you and your leadership and your team, and also to NTEC. Thank you for being here today. Ado Inda Eya, to Division of Economic Development, and then also what's the other one? So controller as well in regards to item C discussion. So I know that a lot of these issues, especially the capital improvement plan, is long overdue for joint discussion with Budget and Finance Committee, as it requires funding for a lot of the capital outlay projects that chapters have been proposing through the WIN system of their ICIP that has been approved by their local communities. And I'm glad that we're here having this discussion today, and hoping that we could have a measurable and quantifiable project listing that would hopefully come to realization within these communities staggered across Navajo Nation. And with more in-depth discussion with these other entities in regards to the Four Corners Power Plant. I had requested Chair Parrish to Mr. Taki if we could put that at the very end of the agenda, due to the fact that this information is would definitely be required for executive session. And we ask, respect of that, because it's still in the discussion stages, and also once everything is solidified as to agreements and whatnot, and then the information will be put out there live to the Navajo Nation. So that's one request that I wanted to make. So other than that, we're here to listen, and I thank again my colleagues for really taking the lead in some of these discussions that have been ongoing with Resources and Development Committee. So it's a quite it's hard work here at the station, Kudish Ish, Nafari Ramoyaniki, Dorsh Station, Niki, Ashit, the Dance Hall, about Henson. I don't think other other non-mission, any that need things and did not in the base box and make it all jelly, a call for the way, Inchlet, Net, or a shink, so not at the dog, they call the and kid or legal partners and the one not for the function, not on the clinic. So with that, Chairperson, I just wanted to add that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Shannon, thank you for welcoming your colleagues and also those that you work closely with. I know here in the Budget and Finance Committee, we have many items that we kind of cross between the two committees. So I do appreciate everyone making some time today to continue to collaborate. I think last year around this time, we had another meeting on the CIP. So we're touching base once again to ensure that we obliged by the 12 entities appropriations law. So thank you, Research and Development Committee, for your time today. Without further delay, let's call this leadership meeting to order at 11:36 a.m. And for the record, we have Mr. Toppy call out for attendance because of the leadership meeting. There would just be verification of attendance here in the chambers, and then could you verify those online? Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget, Finance, and Resources Development Committee, this is roll call for the Budget, Finance Committee and Resource Development Committee, the 25th Nominations Council Leadership Meeting from March 25th, 2025. Roll call, Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish is present. Honorable Carl R. Slater. Honorable Norman M. Begay. Here. Honorable Norman M. Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kisnas Bakrati is online. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Here. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is present. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie is present. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have five members present from 5 members present from the Budget and Finance Committee and 3 members present from the Resource and Development Committee, but you don't need a quorum for this leadership meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. And do we have any other council delegates on the call? Okay, no council delegates at this time on the call. Thank you all for, again, being here. So with that verification of attendance, let's bow in a word of prayer. So today I can offer a short invocation. Lord, thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to serve the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation. Today we ask for guidance in our discussions, and we also ask for protection for those members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, also our speaker, our president, vice president, our chief justice, our justices, for their protection of wherever they may be traveling on behalf of the nation. Today, the Chief Justice is conducting business, public hearings, and I just pray that that is a good discussion as well. Be with the Law and Order Committee as they are serving the Navajo people, also be with the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee as they have discussions about our federal funds. And here today, the Research and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee as we continue to talk about how to finance capital projects and how to better services for the Navajo people. Thank you for the Division of Community Development, the Division of Natural Resources, the Controller's Office, the Office of Management and Budget, and all the divisions that contribute to this discussion today. We pray that we continue to work together to find solutions to the challenges that we have here on the Navajo Nation. Again, I just ask for a fruitful discussion and with my colleagues here as they travel home tonight to be with their families. I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, let's proceed on with the template of the agenda before us. Do any council delegates here, would you all like to offer any recognition this morning? Okay, hearing none. Let's proceed on with our template of our agenda. So we're gonna move to receiving reports, today. So that's item A from the Division of Community Development. We welcome Ms. Candace Gazzi. Also, I see Mr. Darren Charlie and Ms. Sandra Jeff here. So again, for those that, while they're coming up here to the presenter stand, for those that are joining us online today, we'll be receiving an update on the capital project from the Capital Project Management Department on the infrastructure capital improvement plan and recommended changes to the plan for the futures of any of the infrastructure development for the Navajo Nation. This is a long-awaited report. So we will give the floor over to our presenters from the Division of Community Development. Welcome.
Thank you, Delegate Parrish, and thank you, everybody, for having us here today. Candace Gazzi and Shia Toruchi Englishman, Manasili Pachini Bashishi, and the Chief Bashana Nashasha Dashichi. And I'm from Fort Defiance, Arizona. I'm new to the position of Executive Division Director for Community Development. I have here with me Ms. Charlene Jeff, the Senior Project Program Specialist, and Mr. Jared Charlie, who is Department Manager for the Administrative Services Center under the Division of Community Development. We've provided a document and it has lots of pages. It's the table of contents. Page 2 is the CAP 1814. And then we have the capital improvement guidelines, policies, and procedures. We have capital improvement plan for year 2026 through 2031, and the memorandum from Mr. Robert Willie. So the intent, or I guess let me know if this is incorrect, but the intent is to not go through every single project. If we would, when we do go through every single project, we probably need to have a more open setting and evaluate the timeframes for all of the delegates to come in. Because as you know, a lot of the projects that are with the citizen lie within the delegate regions. And there are specific legislations that DCD and other departments are working on. So it's going to be a big effort between all of the branches within the executive division to go through this. So that is my suggestion. I would like to turn some time over to Ms. Charlene Jeff to also add to my report. Is that okay?
Thank you, Ms. Candace Gaggi. Okay, let's do this. For my colleagues on the 25th Nomination Council, if you have a request to speak, just use your button here and then we can use the board up there. And then second of all, to our presenters today, let's start with just introductions. And then Ms. Gazzi, the last time our bodies here met with Division of Community Development, it was with Mr. Arvin Mitchell. And he provided almost the same report. So you don't need to go, if there's any detail that's changed, I think you can update us on that. Otherwise, I think we just need an update on where you're the new division director, and so where you're leading this project. So just to give you context.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Parrish. Okay, so I already introduced myself at the beginning, so Ms. Jeff and Mr. Charlie could also introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, can you hear me? This is
Jeff, you right?
Good morning. Yeah, for inviting us to your meeting today. BFC and RDC, Delegate Parrish and Delegate Jesus. My name is Charlene Jeff, and I am a Tanao Bithni and born for Ute people. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Good morning, can you hear me now? Yes. My name is Charlene Jeff, I'm the SPPS for the Division of Community Development Executive Branch. My clients are 10 of 50 and 48 people. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, council, Tani, Ron Charlie, initiative, not to open it, actually, initiative, go to actually, budget sheet, or to the channel, ten of the national, they keep up what's on the data shop, and I'm the ASC department manager.
Awesome. All right, Yasi, could we just do your presentation?
So when I arrived here, when I arrived with the Navajo Nation, I noticed quite a bit of projects that the project managers are handling. As an example, one project manager has 27 projects for one agency. That's a lot of projects. When we look at the citizen memorandum that Robert Willie sent out, that was very useful for us to go through and analyze where we are at. So that is the stage that our division is at, is we're focusing on understanding exactly where our project managers are at and what phase of construction, bidding, design, planning. We're trying to get our understanding of overall the picture. So that's what I wanted to emphasize today, and that's really what it comes down to is DCD organizing to make that happen. What I did as we lost our department manager yesterday, actually Monday, you should have got a memo from our via email indicating that I have delegated a new manager to handle CPMD projects. I've asked the staff to not work on anything new because we need to get our understanding of where we're at. And like I said, one person has 27 projects. So I need him to finish up those 27 projects before he moves forward with anything new. Then we're going to be able to get an understanding of where we're at with your project. So that is the direction that I'm leading DCD, as you asked, Miss Delegate Parrish, is what is my process? What are we going to do? This is what we're going to do. We're going to halt and we're going to evaluate, reassess, look at all the projects as a whole. I want to be able to provide you with the numbers, with the quantities, with the values, because it's not known right now. If you look at you can see the capital improvement plan, there's 13 pages of priorities from each of the chapters. So that's 330 projects. If you were to ask me the first project about Alamo new water wells for 1.4 million, the amount secured says 1.4 million. I can't tell you today where I'm at with that. And I'm being upfront. We need to go look. We need to go check it out. We need to talk with the officials for the chapters and we need to ask them where they're at with it. So all of that management needs to happen. And I have 6 project managers. So I think I've said it before and that's where we're at. So as of Monday, I've asked our staff to not work on anything new. We're going to evaluate and figure out our overall picture before we move forward. So what I can also update you on is the DCD, we've started back up our monthly meetings for citizens. Our first meeting was really just getting everybody in the room and, talking. So that was step one. So starting the first Friday of next month, we'll have our second meeting, and I understood that DCD was in charge of it, and we're gonna start that back up. I would like to turn some time over to Ms. Jack, if that's okay, Parrish.
Thank you. I just wanted to also update both committees that the pages on the ICIP were in an amount of 60 pages. So we only took the first 3 priority projects. So on your ICIP that's in your packet, the pages were up to like 60 pages for all the projects that the chapters had requested to be inputted in their ICIP. And keep in mind that New Mexico has an ICIP also. So when we go out to Denise Copeland, assist the chapters when selecting priority projects, and I think that's where Ms. Yazzie is going towards, is really vetting these projects with the chapters and working alongside with ASC and their SPPS in those regions. With that said, reason being is because all of these projects, of course, are short funded. A majority of them are not shovel ready. And having this vetting process that we started for New Mexico helped us to develop the ICIP. So in coordination with continuing that process with the Navajo Nation ICIP, I think it's going to be beneficial. I also wanted to include that this ICIP is a planning tool for the Navajo Nation. So with this meeting today, I would like to ensure that a lot of these questions go back to the chapters and communities of their requests, because if you look at all the projects on the report, as you know, these projects have been on these reports for the past 10 years, 15 years. I have last year's report that was provided by Mr. Now Delegate Mitchell. And looking at that report, it continues into this year. So the first report for 2025 to 2030, some of those projects are already expired first year, and then coming up to the second year. So we want to understand if the delegates, even the chapters, want to move those into the second year, fourth year, or move them into a different year, because a majority of them are expired. I think with Ms. Yazzie indicating that she put a stop to a halt to a lot of these projects is because the project managers have been continuously working on New Mexico and citizen projects. And as you all know, the funding sources are so different for all of them. And we have new staff. We've probably had about 4 or 5 new staff come into CPMD since Mr. Waseda has onset. And now that Ms. Yazzie is here, we're still at at least 6 to 7 project managers. So to ensure that this process is going to continue, we need the support of the council to make sure that these projects are eligible, that these projects are vetted, that these projects are shovel ready. And if there's a request via legislation to move it to a different year, then let's do that. because we all know that all these communities across Navajo Nation need infrastructure and need these projects to continue. We also need the collaboration from the Office of the Controller and Office of the Management and Budget. When it comes to contracts, when it comes to business unit account numbers, we need to all have that collaboration to ensure that these projects are complete. There's been a trend where we have started a project and the contract or the review is still stuck with a certain department. And that can go on to 6 months to a year to even 2 years. So we need to have some type of streamlined process to make that a little bit easier to get these projects completed. I know that ASC, we're planning to have them continue their technical assistance when it comes to project management, but to also really understand the need in their areas. We do have the inventory for projects across the Navajo Nation. We work alongside with facilities to get that report. I also want to bring up the funding sources for these projects. We need to ensure that these projects are fully funded because, as you all know, prices are going up daily. And some contractors make changes, contingencies, all these different events happen within the contract. So I just wanted to bring those concerns up and have a better understanding of how we're going to have this streamlined process for the ICIP. And we should be including all the chapters when it comes to really going to understand their projects, because they're the ones who request these projects to be put into the ICIP. Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing to that? I just want to emphasize the collaborative effort that we all should possess as we move forward. Getting us all in the room, and obviously our time is valuable, but what I'm envisioning is requesting for project management, more project management support. I know in the last meeting, I was told that it was there, and I had emphasized that getting the bigger picture of how to manage is the focus. You can give me all of the papers, but somebody has to go through it and analyze it in order to give like the direction, work on XYZ projects. So that is the direction people need in order to manage these projects. And wrapping us around that is crucial to the streamlined process that Ms. Jeff worked on or mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeff, and thank you, Ms. Dudley. Does that conclude your report on the CIP?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I'll go to Chair Seuss.
Thank you. I want to thank the team from Division of Community Development, SCADC. Your leadership, I know that you're fairly still new to the Navajo Nation and its processes, and how this capital improvement projects are outlined, starting from the chapter local level. So to the Budget and Finance Committee and to colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee, when I believe Director Mitchell, who is now a colleague on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, was Division Director of Community Development prior to Ms. Jeff stepping in and taking the lead on a lot of these projects. It was emphasized to Mr. Dwayne Mossetta and then Director Mitchell that the recommendation was to put a moratorium on any more new project requests. The reason why is because of the very thing that you've explained today. You're still trying to determine a lot of resources in terms of financial resources. One of the biggest issues that we found, and I commend the chapter staff along with the elected officials and wanting to have infrastructure built out for their constituents and their prospective communities, or even trying to get a new development of a service provider facility of like a fire department or a substation. One of the biggest issues, or even economic development, is that the proper land acquisition is not there. We need to re-educate our elected officials what a proper land acquisition is. It's not just a chapter resolution, say that they withdraw 5 acres. When we talk about proper land acquisition, and I've stated this continuously on and on again, is that you have to have the legal description. You have to have that land withdrawal designation applied with Navigation Land Department. I believe they give you 5 years to get your clearances done, your environmental assessment, your cultural, your buying. If it requires 401 and 404 permits, these are very crucial so that you know that the prerequisite to a project development is completed. And again, I don't know how much education of this preliminary land acquisition is conveyed to our local leadership. And then, of course, one of the other big recommendations is that with these projects, we just want full-fledged money from the preliminary to the design, and then to our as-built and then to construction. And I think it's properly best that we have indicated to Division of Community Development then to try to break down these projects by phases. That way you know that it's you're slowly getting there, because oftentimes we talk about, the current inflation with the economy. Supply chain is a big issue. So all of this was shared with Division of Community Development at a Resources and Development Committee meeting. And we even also asked, how do you vet these projects? When these applications or proposals that chapters are submitting going directly to the state representatives, how are those proposals being vetted? Because I know that through the New Mexico ICIP capital outlay dollars, I know that the nation has been getting monies back because we weren't able to fulfill that 5% expenditure within 6 months after the IGAs have been signed. So that's another big area. So Mr. Wasetta did mention that there is a vetting sheet that is attached, and I think that's through the attachments that you have through your documents you prepared here for us. But that process, again, really needs to be clarified. So maybe with the request of holding, not accepting new project applications, I think that's something that you as a division director have to execute, because I totally understand. And how much funds do we have? And there was always questions. I think Chair Parrish and I have been talking about how many of these citizen projects have been just idling there with 0% expenditure rate. And it's been extended again via legislation. Obviously, there's something wrong to continuously ask for extension on these projects. So, when we talk, and then the other thing is to your project managers, we ask for WBS. Meaning we wanted a work breakdown structure through a project schedule for each project. And then to also outline the resources such as human resources, the materials, the equipment, and budget. And then these resources are supposed to be available at the time that it's needed, but we never got any of that stuff. So again, also tracking the project progress. Were we able to meet the deliverables or the milestone within the time that was allotted for these certain tasks that needed to be done, or where is the critical path? What is the issue with the critical path? So again, all of this stuff, Resource and Development Committee had already talked to Division of Community Development about. But now that you're in this directorship position, Ms. Yazzie, we want to be able to support, you know, how your division is going to take the lead and what you think would be a more quantifiable approach to try to, because I look at my St. Michael's and Oak Springs chapter projects. Some of these projects have been already fulfilled through ARPA. See, that's what I mean. So now chapters need to go back into the WIC system and update their ICIP projects through a chapter resolution. And again, it takes a project manager to have that critical thinking on what is going to be viable and what is suitable, like you said, for the community. What is the real need out there? So again, I'm glad that we're having this discussion with Budget and Finance Committee to really understand. Because I know the thought was from this session, the appropriation of dollars would happen, but I think we need to take a deeper dive in trying to reassess a lot of these projects and which ones have already gone through ARPA funding. And just looking at, you know, every aspect from a project management perspective. So I just wanted to share that, Shadeja, Chair Parish. Again, these requests have been made to Division of Community Development, but now that we have a new director in this capacity, we look to her team to be able to invite leadership. Because you mentioned all these chapters submitted, maybe you have to have a council delegate there when you're having discussions with the chapter leadership in regards to these projects as well. So that, you know, we can all support each other when it comes to that final listing of what needs to be awarded for projects. So AA Professor Deja and colleagues of the Budget and Finance Committee, Resources and Development Committee, yeah.
Is we will go to Chairman Amber Smith McCray. Thank you, I appreciate it. I received the report about 5 or 10 minutes before 11 o'clock. So with that in mind, colleagues, I'm going to take a different approach on my questions because there's been a lot of conversations with the three branch chief in terms of duties and responsibilities. So for the legislative branch, it's our responsibility to amend laws, amend policies, and to appropriate money. So this, and it's the executive branch job to execute those appropriations that are signed, that are passed by committee or council and signed by the president. So my hope here in my comments is I don't feel like I should be giving administrative advice on how to execute the funding that has by law has been identified to Division of Community Development. I'm going to say I also do not agree that projects should stop because the division needs to figure out the status of their project. And the reason why I state that, while you're an incoming acting director, this is a chronic systemic problem. And you can look to the Auditor General's report when it was Capital Improvement Office, a long history of you want advice from me as a legislature how to execute, I think I'm re-examining if this is the division or if this is the space that can execute these programs on behalf of the Nation people and their community. So that's my first. I would say and to colleagues, because it's by law. It's by, appropriation law, it looks like, that the capital improvement plan goes to this division. And I feel at this point, there's a better way. Because as council, every year, we do supplement the division for project management. And supplement in the millions of dollars. And then the ask, because I heard the ask, we need your help with project management. Unsure how much more I could give as a legislature to help the division execute these projects. What I can do is look to the law and say, as executive, you have to follow this law, whether it's appropriation. As executive, you're identified as the lead agency for project. Maybe that should change as an amendment. Is to re-examine if you have the capacity and the staff at this level, or we need to expand resources like we did for ARPA and RF projects and onboard a project management team. That's gonna be an amendment, and that's what I was hoping for in this report. I'm also looking at, I would want to get an update eventually on your audit, because I believe even though you take from CIO to CPMD, so I have a gut feeling that those issues are still the challenge. The other area that I wanted to address when it comes to the budget. So Budget and Finance Committee yesterday, we had to make sure we, not only the invite per email, but like make sure people came to the table, because there's also that community development under your ASC needs to fulfill according to the budget instruction manual. And one of those areas is capital infrastructure plans. Every year, according to the budget instruction manual, every year, ASC should be getting an update from the chapters. So the council appropriates money to the executive to provide this technical service to the chapters to produce this document. Well, I appreciate the comments that we could come together and make sure everybody's talking. I'm not in a position to manage executive staff to implement what's already required by either navigation law or policy. So I need to know, does there need to be an amendment in the budget instruction manual to make sure that provision is being executed? Because if not, then what we do is a condition of appropriation. A condition of appropriation is we put penalties on the program or division if they're not complying, with the law or the fulfilling their obligations. And the reason why I'm saying this is we can say the chapter needs to be involved. And that's what we've identified, that a chapter isn't involved at least annually. And that's part of the budgeting process, and that's under ASB. So that's a deliverable that we're expecting from ASB. The second area when it comes to the budget is in the Appropriations Act, the need for the 5-year plan. So I've asked staff, there was a 2018 resolution that actually rescinded 1814. So that's why I was like, I'm not sure why 1814 is in here, unless it's just for historical record. There's a resolution that rescinds this document. And so since 2018, every year I've been asking for a 5-year plan. So it was a division director, let's see, Carl Smith, he's the one who did CPMD. Then who was the director of the pro government. Or the or what's the law state on this 5-year plan? Is it, does the law state that, and I don't have it here, I'm going to refer to it, but my understanding is BCB refers the 5-year plan to Resource and Development Committee, and then that's, what do you call that, refer to budget and finance. So that, I need to know, does that need to be amended? And do we need to rely on community development to construct this plan? Because we have staff that can go to win, like this. Form on the back. The Excel, you just pull it from win. Are we waiting with the intent for community development to actually do the vetting? Know where these projects are at, because every year through ASC, you've asked for updates. And I've been inside the ICIP portal where it does say, where's your funding coming from? What other funding are you looking for? It does say, is your land withdrawal? You have your art survey. It has all, you have all the tools. We're just not getting the output that we need. And so I do see here that you decided to do like the top 3 projects, which again, I'm not sure how the law or policy define that, but that's something you need to amend. Because my expectation is you have all of the tools in your inputting, and we should just get an output on what's ready to go. Or do we need to amend that process? I'm writing all of these, like, see how I go back to amending? Because I'm not gonna tell you how to do your job. That's why we do confirmations, that's why we do the budget. That's what they provide training on management or, you know, division director meetings. That's kind of like, I don't want to get into that. But what I do want to say is, I'm interested in amending the law and amending the process. So if I can put that 2018 resolution to be passed out to my colleagues and everybody on the line, because when you go to capital improvement guidelines, policies, or procedures, I don't think this is the current one. Because when I see it, it still refers to capital improvement office and not CPMD. So I was in the meeting at the time when there was a transfer to CPMD. I remember there was a big old process in Carlsbad office. And so I was like, what are the capital improvement project guidelines for CPMD? Because that's what we're working with now. Is my understanding. And if anybody has changed, because I want to amend this, working with RDC, if this is not working to get projects off the ground and completed. It does see the development of the capital plan. There's 7 things that need to be, like, it's just anticipated capital costs, anticipated source of capital funds, estimated annual operation, estimated completion date, adopted plan or policy, viable alternatives, and the ranking. That's all that needs to be required in this 5-year plan. All of these amendments, I need to update it. So now we come to your capital improvement plan that you were having this packet. And we did talk about vetting. I don't see here where, and we did this at the New Mexico caucus. I know it takes work and I know it takes time. But there are projects that may be on this list that have been vetted. Can we just identify those projects that are vetted? And let's see, what's today, Wednesday? So Tuesday, Wednesday, tomorrow, we're gonna talk with you about New Mexico project. So, I just need to make sure this information is tight. And the last thing I'm gonna mention, well, not the last thing, because now I'm gonna ask the controller. We received memos from the office, well, we received your quarterly report. And every quarterly report that we receive, you give us an update on it. Now, again, you're providing the information to legislature. So I just need to know. We talked about this in committee and for RDC, there are projects here that have already expired. So we've asked the controller, by law, these projects have expired. What's your process to, I forget the title, but what's your process to recapture that money, de-obligate that money? What's your process? So that's something I wanted to get an update on from OOC regarding your memo. And the second area is because all the things you mentioned about challenges with projects, shortfalls, projects moving, changing gears. I've asked the Office of the Controller to do more of a financial analysis of project management on that information because we're losing the opportunity cost. And the opportunity cost that we're losing here is when we're not efficiently moving forward with these projects, inherently prices go up. So according to New Mexico, we should anticipate a 20% cost increase this year, right, across the border. But none of these projects have been reevaluated to see what that threshold is. Like I said out a memo, what's your project shortfalls? We've only seen project shortfalls when it comes to New Mexico projects. And I'd like that same courtesy for my colleagues in Utah and Arizona, where they should have an idea of what's been presented 7 years ago and where we're at now. But for controllers, I've been on it. If this is a financial loss or financial missed opportunity for the now commission, what can the nation do other than supplementing the department? I mean, I think 4.3 million last fiscal year, and we still don't know what the program did with about 4.3 million. Because we still don't see, I think we saw an increase in drawdowns in New Mexico, and we saw an increase in project completion, not fully completed, but there was, you know, some silver lining there. So your staff, right, and what they're trying to do is happening. But I wanted to ask Chair if I could go to OOC on what's the update on the request when it comes to project management. We have it for FRS because of the big load. And if we have all of these projects, what can we do, right? But we need someone in here to vet out the projects. And the visitor community development cannot do that with 5. And so their only option is to stop. Okay, delegate will agree with that. So then I gotta go back to my community and say, at today's meeting, I agreed to stop. I think a compromise can be is how do we support and supplement the project management on now information coming from this meeting? That's what I hope you to do. So all the amendments that I identified, the update from OOC, and then what do we do next? I think I appreciate your brutal honesty that you don't have all of the information that you need to present. We've been hearing this for a few years from some of the counterparts. But we have to be accountable to the funding that community development receives. Another thing, because we talk about shortfall, you have about $13 million that's accessible to your division for project shortfall. And that was an audit finding. So I'm thinking this year, and I'm gonna let you know that if the division, because every year, so if the division for the last 6-7 years has not used that funding for a shortfall of project contributing to this chronic issues, then that just needs to be appropriated by council. And we've done that in the past, where we'll give direct funding to chapters for their capital outlay. The challenge there is it's only a little bit at a time, and that's when you start sitting on money. And that's when we say chapters are carrying over money. So again, this is a very complicated issue. I just wanted to lay out my ideas as a legislature in terms of what I've identified as areas that we could either pivot or amend. And pushing OOC to have more looking at this from a financial perspective, so that we could get some project management or navigation. Because we're losing money to the state of New Mexico, we're losing federal funding, we're losing all of the opportunities. And I think everybody in this room can agree that we want these projects to be successful. So I hope my comments are just more of like, okay, shedding light on the history of what I do. And, you know, putting pressure on the office of the controller to see what can we do with what we currently have to help support you and your team. So Chair, can I go to controller to give this update? You know, we gotta put pressure on people. So like.
Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Vanessa, thank you for offering, those comments and questions. Let's see, so I want to acknowledge too, Council Delegate Sean Anfa, also Council Delegate Sandy Simpson, and also Speaker Otto. So thank you all for coming to today's leadership meeting. We just kicked off the first presentation, and the Division of Community Development gave us an overview of where they are. They do have a different division director from the last time that we heard this presentation about a year ago. So to give some further context to my colleagues on the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee had a report last Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays ago, 1 week ago, on the CHISD, and we had a update on expenditures of the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan projects as well. And all across the board, there's low expenditures. And we're reevaluating the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan in this upcoming year, because that expires for the next budget's the last budget that can be utilized. And so the committee is thinking ahead to the Permanent Trust Fund excess income and how that can be utilized. However, we have to also reflect on the previous amounts of on the plate of CPMD. And so I think that Chair Amber Vanessa brings up some great points on the process, because as legislators, we also need to figure out and reassess the laws that we pass and how we can better hopefully streamline the process and streamline these projects for the Navajo people. At the end of the day, we all work for the Navajo people. So we welcome Controller Sean McCabe to give us an update on where he is. Otherwise, I think right now what we can do, my recommendation is that we need a memorandum from the Division of Community Development outlining all the challenges that you mentioned verbally. I know Ms. Jeff had mentioned that there are multiple challenges. I think it's good to give that report verbally, but if we can have documentation of your challenges, I think that will always be solidified and memorialized to the conversation under this division director. Secondly, there was a request for a memorandum for amendments to 12 NC, which is the appropriations law. So if your team can take a look at that, Division of Community Development, and further bring those recommendations, you can address that to both committees, because both committees are present here today. But just for documentation purposes, Mr. Taki, could you just note that as a request? You can follow up on that, because this summer the committee is pursuing amendments to the appropriations law. So Controller McCabe, floor is yours.
Chair Parrish and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Resource Development Committee, and Budget and Finance Committee. I thank you for an opportunity to come before you I know I'm also later on the agenda, but to kind of add some thoughts to this current discussion. Chair Crotty, I appreciate your comments and your questions. And I think it's an appropriate time to really start, as you said, putting pressure as to why these things tend to take so much time. Let me preface my comments by first saying that, the Office of the Controller has proven that we work very closely with the council on, priorities and issues that need to be addressed. What I can say that my role as the controller is to give you the financial outlook of, where we are and what we're doing and the financial answers to certain things. What I can't do, is speak to the efforts of divisions or even the executive branch on project management and other issues. But what I'm prepared to say today, Shinada, is, when you come into a role like this, as I did about 2 years ago, you kind of expect there to be issues. You kind of expect there to be things that need to be fixed, processes evaluated. The comments that I'll make as far as a financial analysis is the Navajo Nation is actually in a very good standing financially. We have a strong balance sheet. We have no debt really. And we have the capability to do a lot of things. The problem is we have way too many policies, procedures, and other issues that slow everything down. And to give an example, because I think this is what we're talking about here today, as you know, Budget and Finance, we gave a report last week regarding the citizen money. And as you mentioned, Chair Crowdy, projects that have expired, that have been sitting there for 3 years and nothing's been done. We can point fingers at OOC all day long, and that's fine. We'll take our responsibility. But at the end of the day, OOC doesn't sit on things just to sit on them. I made the comment the other day to BFC that the rules need to be followed. And divisions don't want to follow the rules. That's just simple. And I'm going to say it on the record. There's a culture of get this done. We don't care how you do it, just get it done. As the controller, we can't do that. We cannot do that. And I'll give you some examples and I'm encouraged by the conversation yesterday the Budget and Finance Committee had regarding amendments to the bid. I believe that has to happen. During that conversation, a question came up about findings, and I showed, I think, Chair Parrish, our 2023 audit report, 16 findings, 14 of them are in procurement. So if you want to know why these things stop, it's procurement. They don't want to follow the rules. It's that simple. We don't hold it up just to hold it up, Shinada. And that's a finger that constantly gets pointed at OOC, that we don't just hold things up for 2 years just to do it. We expect rules to be followed, and if they're not followed, we're going to stop it. So when you talk about project management, it's absolutely needed, and I want to commend Director Yazzie sitting next to me because we've met several times now on bringing in project managers. We think we have a plan, at least for ARPA. We'll start with ARPA because ARPA needs to be spent in I think we're less than 20 months now. That's all we got left. And we're continuing to ask this project management question, and how are we going to get the money out? And so I've met with Director Yazzie on how we can get project management in for ARPA. Just this morning, I met with her and said, I think we need to bring in another project manager to manage citizen. Because the fact is, it's not moving. We saw that report last Tuesday, BNF committee, of $660 million in citizen that is not moving. It's just simply not. Some projects are, some got completed, I'll say that. But those are resources that are currently locked up from a financial standpoint. They're locked up and we can't use them for other purposes. I do want to work on a process to try and recoup monies of citizen projects that have expired. And I believe when we added that up, it's upwards of 200 million in projects that we could come back. And that could answer the New Mexico capital outlay match question and why we're not utilizing that money. Shanetta, I will say that, and I know this has been a question from my oversight for months now. Controller, when are we gonna get project management? When are we really gonna start doing this? As the controller, again, I'm not an expert in project management by any means. I am someone who knows where the money is stalled, where I would do it if I was the chief executive. I'm not. But the problem there lies that there's not a priority right now with the management of this money. And it got me to a point where I said, we need to take control of ARPA because there wasn't a priority on that either. So there's a lot of systemic issues that go all the way up to the office of the president and vice president, all the way up to the attorney general, all the way up to the office of the controller, that shouldn't I, and I'm willing to work with you always to figure out laws that can be changed, processes that can be changed to free this money up. I've reported about federal funds that are being spent, and there's no reason why we can't get those monies out the door. The reasons why we're given is because of our own internal blockades and policies and procedures. So from a project management standpoint, I will say that the Office of the Controller, along with Ms. Yazzie here, took it upon ourselves to come up with a project management plan. Because the fact of the matter is, I believe that the housing money, the way it's planned, is unrealistic. And I said this to Director Yazzie. I believe that the thought of putting as many homes down as has been announced is not going to be achievable in the time frame we have to achieve it, unless we reallocate money for utilities that currently, as far as I know, and they can correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please tell me. As far as I know, don't have funds to do that. So there's going to be a very real time, a very real possibility. And I commend Chair Parrish because she's always telling me, just tell us what we need to do. But there's going to be a time in the very near future that if we don't solve this issue, the controller is going to have to say, in order to get this money out the door without any issues, we're going to have to pull it back and reallocate it. And I know that's not popular. I know that's a political issue, but it's better we take if we're at a fork in the road, it's better we choose a different path than the one we're down now, that there's a risk we may be giving money back to the federal government. That all falls in line with overall project management. So I'm hoping, and I think Director Yazzie and I have worked on a plan that with the project management teams we hope to bring on here in the very near future, that we will get ourselves out of that risk and this money will be spent according to how it's been allocated currently. But we as a Navajo Nation cannot continue, and we appreciate the other thing that you all did as a matter of law was give the controller the ability to amend expenditure plans within the ARPA categories without having to go back to council. That is something that will help us get this money out the door. But at the end of the day, without project management and leadership to say, this is going to go one way or the other, I can only present to you the numbers and where I see the risks. And right now, there are risks that we have got to mitigate. And I'm hoping that with the plan that Director Yazzie and I have discussed, that we can start coming to the council and oversight with better plans and better processes to make sure this money is spent in a proper manner. And in the time frame that we're given, because we're literally down to, what is it, the end of March? We're down to like 19 months. That's all we have left. Otherwise, we're giving it back. And that just can't happen as far as the controller is concerned. So, ma'am, I hope that answered your questions. I do think that as far as details on project management, I do know we've talked. I think we have a plan. I think we're gonna The Office of the Controller is also bringing in project management for compliance and reporting, because that's another audit issue that we've had as far as subrecipient monitoring and other things. So we're hoping that this will bring more of a comprehensive approach to the project management and not operate separately, where we should be acting jointly to get this money out the door. And that also includes the project management of the chapter allocations within the 521. We haven't really talked a lot about that one yet, but those are monies I know that we don't need held up either. One way or the other, we're hoping to bring a plan to oversight so that we can continue to move this money. And get it out the doors as quickly as we can, in a transparent fashion and in compliance with federal law. And thank you, I hope that answers your question.
Question was about how the Office of the Controller will revert the funds from the CFIS. That was the question.
Sorry, I wrote down project management too. Yeah. That we don't have a process to how we revert that, but we'll figure it out.
Do we need to develop or not internal?
Well, I asked Rob, has this happened before? And he said it's never happened, so we need to figure it out. I guess we can work with Director Yazzie. But there are current projects that have been expired and there's current ones that will be expired this year as well and next year. So we'll figure out the process.
Thank you, Controller. That is the question for the obligation of expired funds per legislation. So that's one set of projects we see has been, but members of the 25th Navajo Council, again, the topic of discussion today is the capital improvement plan for the Navajo Nation and how ourselves as members of the council can improve the process, whether it's amendments to the 12C, the Appropriations Act, or we are confident in the Division of Community Development to carry out millions of dollars of projects. I think the Research and Development Committee does a great job on keeping up with their oversight departments and divisions, but this is just a fairly new information to the Budget and Finance Committee as a committee. Otherwise, it's various across every delegate who wants to stay informed. So thank you all. I do want to recognize Vice Chairman Tiziana Johnson, who is our TFO.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and thank my colleagues of RDC being here today in full force, also the BFC as well, and to the presenters and staff here with us today. Just a question and so another question for us. Two questions. And the first question is, what's the total that's just sitting there? Total one project, nothing that's been done, just money that's just sitting there. What's the total? The second thing I just want to share with you, as well as my colleagues here at the Navajo Nation Council. I'm very thankful that my colleagues here passed, the CSM project in my community in Cameron for a new Cameron chapter house. I want to thank each and every one of you for that. From last spring, it was approved. Documentation, everything went over to project department. DOJ was in a review. DOJ is from the East Coast, sitting at home. It shouldn't take them several months to review a contract. Shouldn't. So I had to follow up and make sure that she took that off the stack of her desk. So once that was done, it was just language. Contractor, Kaya Construction signed the contract, agreed to this project. Everything is done, now it's supposed to be put into the process. It has yet to leave your division and input it into the FMIS. Why is that? Then I was told by the former, Mr. Wasilla, that it's sitting at the compliance office, it's Baldwin's office. For a tax issue that involves a totally different project. So I want to give you a response on this, and I'd like to see that project moved out of that office and moved on. President Maggie is ready for that project as well. My question, thank you.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, I will hand the floor over to the Division of Community Development to respond to those questions, and then next we'll go in queue to Delegate Shauna and Claw, and then over to Delegate Shauna and Claw. So we'll go to Division of Community Development.
Since Delegate Casey Allen Johnson asked me the question the soonest about Cameron chapter and being in Miss Baldwin's court, I'm gonna have to follow up. Miss Baldwin is the contract compliance officer, and she's been with the Navajo Nation for many years. And I'll have to find out what the holdup is and get back with you. And I know Miss Baldwin is listening, so she's working on it. I know she is right now. What is the total amount of all the projects? That very answer to that question, I wanted to know when I first got here. I wanted to know what does it look like for Division of Community Development? How many projects are in each funding source? And unfortunately, it wasn't easy for anybody to tell me. I couldn't get a big picture of funding sources. Where do I look? Division of Community Development, as I understand it, has a very long history of the office evolving into what it is now. And it needs to be evaluated. Early on, Delegate Jesus had mentioned and was spot on with all of the things that need to be done with management and having a WBS, a work breakdown structure, is what we need to be doing on all of our projects for planning, design, and construction, and then adding all the intricacies that we have to do per project. And I'd always like to emphasize to everybody as it relates to construction, mainly at the chapter official level during our orientation, is it's important to understand that every project is unique. Typically, project managers on the quote unquote outside will handle between 5, and if they're lucky, maybe 7 projects a year. My construction company before I came here, I had 1 project. So construction management, which is what the Navajo Nation does, is a specialized field, and the gravity of what we are in, I realize it, and the intention is to overall get a bigger picture of where we're at, because that's what we all need to know. And I also want to emphasize that as we are reaching out to project management firms, it's just not easy to say, how much will you charge for XYZ? I need to be able to quantify and specify exactly what they're doing. Otherwise, everybody doesn't know what they're doing. It has to be clear as day and night. And I was, Mr. McCabe and I were talking about it earlier. The contracting portion of what we're doing is what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around, and all of the management teams and the staff within DCD are working diligently on the projects that they currently have, which is why I asked them to not work on new ones. Let's get these old ones figured out. Let's figure out where we are so we can start getting answers to the question that Delegate Johnson has on the Casimiro chapter in that contract. So I do have lists from all of the staff on what they're working on. So we can better give answers because we need to know where we're at. And that's the honest answer. So going back to Brenda Jesus's question about getting training on what analysis is needed for projects, that's all part of evaluating and, as Ms. Jeff mentioned, vetting that we need to do, and overall getting ourselves organized. I need to know how many projects are in the planning stage, what is their status of land withdrawal, we all know there's 23 different land statuses. So what out of those 23 land statuses, what is affecting this chapter from getting their power, and why? Is it because it's an Eastern Agency and Continental Divide hasn't signed their contract? I mean, there's so many specific questions depending on which project it is. And I can't tell you how many of those situations we have because we need to evaluate it. I need to evaluate it. Which goes to the point of having an overall project analysis. Mr. McCabe has his financial analysis. We need a project analysis. That's what we need to do with all of the 1,000 projects that we may or may not have and that we're working on. And like I said earlier, one project manager has 27 projects in one agency. 27. Let me go back to what I think we also need to do is hold on. So let me go to Ms. Delegate Crotty's request on getting the resolution sent. We'll work on that as well, the 2018 resolution sent to you. Delegate Crotty asked how much support we need. So I believe we have the capital match, the dollars you have mentioned, the 13 million. I believe that's in DOJ's review. And before I ask for project management and assign project managers to the projects, like I said, I need your overall look, and then I need to line it out for them. So I'm directing the project managers, you're working on XYZ. That is the plan. So I need to quantify it and direct them, okay, once you get, for example, Northern Agency, because that's at the top of my mind. If I get a Northern Agency project manager, they're gonna wanna know how many projects, they're gonna wanna know, the name of them, they're gonna want a complete packet of information, location, they're gonna wanna know when are the chapter meetings, there's a myriad of questions they're gonna ask me in order for them to quantify the price back to me in order to manage the project. So all of that information is gonna have to be put together in my request for pricing from project management firms. And that could take a while. Going back to Mr. McCabe and the ARPA, although I haven't formally given a report, I'm gonna let you know right now that I have hired a project manager. And luckily, under President's direction, I became project manager on February 4th. So since February 4th until the 10th, I have been managing ARPA housing utility coordination. I've since turned it over to a new project manager and he is handling it. And actually today that I've been having bi-weekly utility coordination meetings and he's actually there now. He might be done now. Coordinating, getting us to understand what the picture looks like with power, sewer, water, easements. We got pretty far. We have HUA information on the spreadsheet, we have IHS on the spreadsheet, we have GIS points, we have assessments, we have feasibilities, we're understanding where we are at. And as soon as I can get more information, like I said, overall picture with that specific project for every single home, I'm hoping to give that to you in a concise overall look. And then, you know, individually by chapters, we can look at the specific. Because like I said, every construction project is unique. They're not the same at all. A request that I would like to make eventually is, as I'm searching for project management firms who have come, a lot of our IDIQ firms are booked. NTUA is at capacity, right? And I believe we all know that. I guess it just needs to be stated again, our current contractors on the Navajo Nation are becoming booked if they're not already booked. So I'm gonna have to reach out to non-priority contractors. And I'm gonna do what I did before I came here. I'm gonna start calling them and asking them, can you come here? And can you give me a price? And it's gonna take a lot of direction to individual project managers to help me with that. But to get the generation, to get the feedback, to get or solicitation. Like manually, physically call them and ask them, can you bid on it? But I need to have the packet nice and complete, clear and concise for them to bid and give me a price. And all that has to be organized ahead of time. So I hope I answered all of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Let's see, let me help you out, Ms. Yazzie. What we can do is, Vice Chairman Casey Allen Johnson, we can ask, Mr. Robert Willie at the Office of the Controller to help out, Ms. Yazzie to get the total number of dollars that are for Division of Community Development. And then the Office of the Controller can work with them. I know actually it should be the Office of Legislative Services working with the Office of the Controller to analyze the legislation to identify how many dollars the Division of Community Development has. I don't know, it sounds like there's someone on their team at Division of Community Development that looks through all the legislation to identify that. But per your question, we'll work with the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of the Controller to get that total number out from the Research and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll go back with you to, I think we have Delegate Shauna and Claude, and then over to Speaker Robinson. So Delegate Claude, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and those that are in attendance here today. I also wanted to say good afternoon to our Division Director, Ms. Yazzie, and then her staff here. I do have several comments to make. This is regarding KID, and I do have a question for Mr. McKay. So I'm hearing, I do understand that we're talking about the capital improvement plan, and I do see a few of my projects here listed for Chinle. But then again, I'm also hearing questions about ARPA and FRF projects as well. And I think the first mistake that the Navajo Nation did was that they failed to separate all of these projects based on their funding source. And because the Division of Community Development is trying to juggle all of these projects, we are not seeing the endpoint. So we've heard from Mr. McCabe here. He made the statement that our priority should be on ARPA projects. We only have under 20 months left. And so, you know, to me, that is a priority. And one of the things that we need to look at is that the federal government also has a microscope on the Navajo Nation. And if we fail to use these funds for ARPA, we could be prohibited from applying for future funds from the federal government. And so, to me, I think the council does need to make ARPA expenditures a priority. I think that DCD also needs to make that a priority. And so other things that have become muddied in the process is that we have ASC that's overlooking the regular chapter functions. And then they're also trying to monitor the ARPA projects. And so for myself, I am a testament to the failure of this system. My chapter is currently under audit. And that's very unfortunate because you expect chapter leadership to be transparent. You expect them to be accountable, but you can be highly educated and still make the mistake of not following procurement process. And that's what we are hearing today. And that's where, you know, chapters are failing. And so again, we have general funded projects, and I'll use the CHID program as the example. And so DCD houses that program general funds, then they have the ARPA funds, and then they have capital improvement projects. Honorable Johnson asked a good question about Cameron Chapter House. And he wanted to know what happened and where that stalled. So to my understanding, once the paperwork does go through, and with these turnovers that the Navajo Nation is experiencing, so now we have a loss of Mr. Wasita leaving, other people across the divisions are leaving. These people were the heads of these projects. And so if a turnover like that happens, a new manager takes the place of that person. And then what happens is if there is a change in the project, which may have occurred with Cameron, any type of change such as funding or change orders that happen from the contractor, that has to restart. It goes back for review. And then that's where the weight gain begins. So I think that, you know, I know the chapters do get orientation. And I'm going to be very honest, when they go to these orientations, they're told, we're not going to answer that question. We'll get back to you later. Or please don't use an example that's happening at your chapter because I can't answer that question. So when you're giving those types of response, you are misinforming those chapters that are trying to make that change so that they are following protocol. I also want to say that when we're holding people accountable, one of them also needs to be the Department of Justice. I don't think that there's sufficient monitoring of projects, contracts, and so forth that are happening. And again, I'll use my chapter as an example. So we are trying to remedy what has happened with the findings, and per Title 26, Jinli chapter has decided to seek legal advisement so that they can move forward, so that they can get help with their accounting, because, you know, they have turned to ASC and DCD. We've asked for meetings with the division director. We have not had one meeting yet. And we've had meetings with other staff, only to find out that their word, when we say on Navajo fundamental law, that your word is sacred. That's not the case. They retract that, they go back and they change their wording to cover up some of those mistakes that were made. There's no consistency. That's the main thing. At this point now, we should have a flow chart from the division, whether it be for capital improvement projects. There should be a flow chart for ARPA. There should be several processes that are outlined for our chapters so that they can follow that. We're now talking about CHSN projects. I don't know how many delegates here know the process to actually get some of those projects pulled so that you can start to get your money. And that's going to be my question to Mr. McCabe. If he can explain the process, if we know that we have a project within our chapter that requires a drawdown, if you could please explain that or send that out to the delegates so that they know where to start and how to do a follow-up. That's some of the issues that I see and that I'm tackling. So every day, almost every day, I've been at the chapter. Today, that's where I'm coming from, and just dealing with our audits. So if Budget and Finance Committee is thinking about looking at CHSN and reverting those funds back to the Navajo Nation, I think that I would be in support of that. Because I don't think that DCD is capable of handling the projects. And I think the only way that would actually work is, and I haven't seen it, but how many Navajo contractors are actually working for the Navajo Nation? I think for the most part, with what I've seen under my committee, these are mainly non-Navajos that are getting the funds. And then in return, they're subcontracting to Navajo companies. And what I'm experiencing now is these Navajo subcontractors are coming to me and they're saying, we're not getting paid for the work that is being done. Or we're being blamed and we're forced to work with timelines that are unreasonable because these contractors that received the initial funds, they were not accountable. And now we're being blamed for that. And these are real issues that are gonna come up, and that's what I'm gonna meet with the Department of Justice again. And so, you know, it's very unfortunate that we cannot even pay our Navajo people for the work that they have done. And that is why a lot of these projects sit here, because nobody wants to do free work. And when they see this, they know the history of Navajo Nation and how they're not paid right away and they don't want to work. So that's one of the things that I see. The other one is going to be what's on our agenda as well, the taxation part. Why that decentralizes people from not coming to the Navajo Nation is also paying taxes and a lot of our red tape. So that's just what I wanted to add, Madam Chair, Shadeja, Honorable Parish, and if I could just have Mr. McCabe send out information on how council delegates can proceed with drawing down on their CHSN so that they can start working on that. I do have a few of them that are sitting here, but maybe there needs to also be a process from the Department of Justice as well as DCD to allow for chapters to move forward. And when we bring up the ARPA and these audits, it goes hand in hand, because if a chapter has sanction or they have a cap in place, then they possibly are facing decreases in the amounts of funding that they're using. They're also limited on their access to their funds, and so that poses a problem. So those are just some of the concerns that I wanted to express here today. I appreciate this joint meeting, leadership meeting with Budget and Finance Committee. But for myself as a delegate, I say that ARPA needs to be the priority. Otherwise, we can just say goodbye to future federal funding. Because if we have to return money, that doesn't look good for the Navajo Nation. And possibly whatever this project manager that's coming on board with a DCD, I think that would be my recommendation, is to separate all of the funding sources so that these projects can move forward. So thank you, Madam Chair Parrish. I'll turn it back over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Shetta, Council Delegate Shauna and Claude for your comments and recommendations this afternoon. Before we go back to the presenters, I'll give the floor over to Speaker Otto So and I do see Delegate Nate Business and Q. Those are the speakers over.
Thank you for, the recognition, Chair Parrish. I know, again, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and members of the Resource Development Committee for being here. This issue, what we're talking about has been building up for many years. When we delegates move forward with projects, yes, we get the project proposal through. And we just dish it off when it's legislated. It's dished off to community development to pick up the rest. As it's dished off, we don't know what's in that proposal. Whether the site has site control. Site control requires many different avenues, and average wise, if the things are on the fast pace on the navigation system, site control can be done within 2 years. If all the stars align. If the stars don't align, we cannot be 1 year. It takes an average of 3 years to get site control at 170. And a lot of that site control is really not done. Just look at what we appropriate in the $169 million. How many of those have approved land withdrawals? How many of those have completed A&E studies with soil tests, soil and geotech? How many of the $169 million projects has those in place? If those items are in place, I think it's easier to move forward. We don't have everything here. Let's execute the contract for a request for a proposal for actual construction. But a lot of projects don't have that. And it's starting at square one. I was talking to that area when I got my senior citizen building approved 2018. In 2016, I dropped legislation here. During the 23rd Council, it was very hard to get UUFB dollars. It was very hard to get 16 votes. I think it's easy to get 16 votes. And what I'm getting to is that at that time, the council really protected these funds. If we tie up these monies for a project, is the project ready? For 2 years, I've been dealing with the council trying to get this funded, and it took about a year really working with them. And each time I came before council, they asked me, are you project ready? Your project has to be part of community development plan, community infrastructure, the CPMD color. It has to be in this package. This is what the chapter wants. It all needs. And if you have a project that's in here, it don't require 2/3 votes of the council. You just need majority vote. But if you're over here, so that don't have a project that's in here, but one for another project that's in your area, you're gonna need 2/3 vote. Those were some of the things that at the time the council really protected. And I will tell you, RDC was really brutal at the time. Being that was brutal at the time, they really came after me to make sure that these projects were project ready. Alcohol, I remember having this discussion, and I think basically we were in a project ready status, and my own chapter dropped the ball. They redid the contract or an A&E service, and they said, oh, we want to go with this company because it makes better, whatever. Prices were the same, but they had to start back all over. And the years of work and also, so just like you said. So it had to be redone. From 2018 to today, my senior citizen is almost completed. Even just to release the dollars from the Navajo Nation to the chapter as a certified chapter, the tribe didn't want to release it. Basically, and finally, when the new administration came in, I dialogued with the administration, and we moved ahead and started the process to release the dollars to a certified chapter. The senior building is almost completed. I'm telling you the story. There's a lot of you have chapters that really do well. There's a lot of you that have chapters that needs help. I'm not gonna say bad chapter. You need help. And as a certified chapter or non-certified chapter, our policies right now dictates how these monies are spent. Right now, if money is earmarked for a non-certified chapter, set the window, hold on to it for them, and plans for them, with them at some point. In the citizens, the $100 million allocation. The equal distribution to the delegate region of 4.3 million. In the legislation, it indicated that we will follow the process that outlined in Title 12. And in there, it indicates that certified chapters that are alternative, certified chapters will be released directly to them. And some of those chapters in that I've got, and but there's a lot of chapters that are not certified, and that's where this bottleneck is. And the issue comes down to is that we did not fund that management funding. You look at community CPMD, community management, whatever the acronym is, but they have a crew, and NENDA mentioned that They need more manpower. Speaker Damon. We had discussions with Speaker Damon to bring in a third-party management company. And these companies already had the bonding capacity. And there were 3 or 4 who were looking at, and it came to a halt because the administration at that time said no. They just dug their heels around it. And council, you are dreaming. We can't do that. As an example, we would have been able to bring in open construction, or VISO. We would have been able to bring in rock gap engineering, to bring in that project management, and divvy up the projects equally to them so that they could build these out there, because chapters that are not certified need that help. And we're trying to find that solution, and that's what we ran into. Before, it was politics, vagueness to and evening now for top. And I think that as we move forward, we do need to change policy. I don't want to recall money. Maybe I got it. Andre. That's it, Andre. Don't get sheets. Don't get Phelps. We laid out the needs in our region. And this is what our needs. And this is how this project was. Came upon from a napkin at Quality Inn. That's how we dreamed of the $100 million project. Off of a napkin sitting at the table at Quality Inn. Not thinking what we can do it, but we'll try to address the needs. But again, you know, we need to find a point where politics does not interfere with the vision of community development. If we got that out, I think that the Joe will consider. Because it's more of, when you go in there, it's like, oh, the delegates here. I can sense it. There's I sit down and get in a chair, get him a coffee. And then I get on it, made in big credit. And it's particularly to budget season. One said, I'm just one person. I'll go a bag or this case. Yo peso hanet na isha about they may have some there's a term that we spoke about, $13 million in additional resources. I just call it the tail end of what Cardi was talking about for project development to help. But I think we need to do that in order to alleviate a lot of what's going on with community development. It's a big animal voice in the community development. But I know at the end of the day, you know, the policies that we did to appropriate monies, we have to make sure that those monies are that we go forth with those projects. And I don't want to take any monies from other communities that their former delegates have lobbied on. I can't get us shorted. I did not keep that business. Only what I'm like this. Not only the person. They are there, not big. if it weren't for the other delegates on the 23rd council, I wouldn't have got my senior citizen building. And vice versa, the delegates that got buildings completed and projects that are on the citizen listing and with CPMD. It's on there. It was a name that former leadership had. That Chancellor is talking about, how can we move forward to change policy? And I would like to see if maybe community development can bring some of those recommendations, so we can start maybe an emergency legislation to change the law. That will allow you to do what you need to do. Community development, the CPMD, I think that it is a law. And, so I think that as a member of the navigation council, I'm just a peon. One person out of the 24 delegates. I'm just one vote. If the division makes a recommendation to try to change policy too, so that it could help move these projects along. It can help. Just like earlier, not too long ago, NECA, I understand NECA was moved to priority 2. That was the oversight of DD. And I will be asking that, why did they move NECA to priority 2? Upon the DRG bed, as a bed, we do need to find a solution to try to get these projects rolling. But I don't want to retract these dollars away from there. Because as citizens, as we talk to citizens, I mean, United States, they had concerns that you could tell it was their passion to build that whatever project they proposed in their area, a bed or to DJ. Not ready to backtrack on other delegates such as delegate Hale. The projects are carry on here. Delegate Norman Gay, we're there. Norman, we were there. Yeah, going back to the commission. To each other on this floor. And not that to cut out a chill about it. But at the end of the day, we finished something that will benefit the amount of people. And we all walk away happy. And we all won at the end. So, community development, just see if you can start looking at those proposals. I would rather see proposals for change in the law coming from you. Because you are the entity that is working indirectly with the system. If you run into this portion of the law that says you can't, bring them over so that your attorney can look at it, how can we point it to, we can. How can we get around it? But he's so odd, non-fact. We have to try to do this so that we extend these dollars. Okay, so thank you for the update from community development. Mr. Controller, thank you for your insight on the funding mechanism pertaining to this and the recommendation for change to our policy. And I think that is a two-way street. Then take the written community development and controllers to come together and bring that proposal to us so that but in finance community can make that recommendation. I'm hoping that Title 12 has final authority with budget finance. Anything on Title 12. If that's a final authority there, it'll move things a lot quicker. But if the authority lies within the council, the shouldn't touch it, don't move forward. Won't take a while to change. But we do need to change those policies early on. So thank you very much, and all the work that community development is doing. I know you're juggling all these projects, but I see that change inside the law needs to happen in order to better meet the program for today. We're in a new, we're not typing up things with a typewriter. We have computers and things like that, so I think we just need to catch up. We're used to the typewriters, I think that's what's going on. So, again, thank you.
Thank you, speaker. So, for your comments this afternoon, I just wanted to draw everyone's attention back to the capital improvement plan as outlined in 12A. That is, part of the navigation comprehensive budget. So, that's the CIP we're awaiting still. I believe the last time a CIP was considered by the council was 2014. So it's been many years since updated CIP has been given to the navigation council to consider for the comprehensive budget. And to my colleagues' questions, I thank you all for the Research and Development Committee for your insight on project management, your work with the Division of Community Development, and to Shedden, Delegate Shauna and Claude. The outlining for the subrecipient agreements between the Division of Community Development and the certified chapter is outlined in the budget instruction manual. So in the BIM, under section 11, navigation funding grants, you can take a look at A, the purpose, D, eligibility requirements for grant, C, applying for the grant, D, grant application requirements, E, preliminary review and approval of grant application. And the entire BIM applies to certified chapters as adopted in section 10. Section 10 says this is how certified chapters can access dollars. So that's kind of headway into where you can take a look at where to get more information on how to begin the process with the Division of Community Development. And furthermore, if you also want to take a look at how to apply for UUFB or supplemental dollars, there's also an outline here in section. Before I get to the supplemental, this is just interesting stuff in the bin. So section 10 is preparing chapter budgets for the comprehensive budget, and that's where the CIP is. And that's what we need to work on between the division, between the Research and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. So I just wanted to draw everyone's attention that all of this information is public and is in the BIM. So we're actually working on amending the BIM right now. If you have any suggestions, we welcome those. All right, and then back to the some of the discussion earlier about the I think Speaker So asked why NECA is a priority too. So the Division of Economic Development held public hearings per our laws. They had to hold public hearings in order for us to amend the Procurement Act. And so through those public hearings, hearing from the Navajo people, many of the small businesses, the small construction businesses were wondering why such a large corporation was priority one if they were not a part of the competition. So it goes back to public hearings and what the Navajo people want. So to answer your questions, that was calculated in public hearings. So the Budget and Finance Committee is moving forward with further amendments to the Procurement Act and also amending Title 12 as well. So just keep some of those in mind. We look forward to anybody's contributions. I want to acknowledge Ms. Laura Johnson here from the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you for being here. Also, I believe the speaker staff is here as well. I don't know if we have any representation from the judicial branch. It's always good just to have a round table discussion and whoever is able to be a part of this discussion today. And as Chair Edward Kness-McCarty has mentioned that we're moving forward and discussing how to appropriate dollars to the comprehensive budget. They also need to be at the table in any amendments to Title 12, and also yesterday they were at the budget instruction manual work section, and also any amendments to the permanent trust fund 5-year plan. So again, thank you all for being here today and contributing to the discussion today. Otherwise, I don't see the controller here, so Shana and Claude, we'll come back to the controller when we get back. And I'll go to Delegate Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is RC, Budget Finance, yes. Presenters, good afternoon. Going back to one of my brothers, so stated a couple of times, solution. I'm not going to complain on the current process. And as staff to Division of Community Development, you know, we always have this problem. Getting projects, you know, expediting these projects quickly. And we have numerous issues why some of these projects are not expedited quickly. Let's go back to, I know we're talking about the capital project. And, you know, we go back to, I'm just going to use the example here. When citizens were being focused, being appropriate projects, capital projects, it goes back to how we were told at chapter level to get the construction ready. As being a CSC at an easy chapter, we did not submit any, we didn't submit any application requesting for appropriation of citizen funds because we didn't have a construction ready project. Then we come back here, I go back to the council, and we have chapters coming in stating that after what, maybe 6 years, coming back and say, we'd like to use this funding for all the pre-construction activities. What does that tell you? We funded capital projects from chapters that were not construction ready. But during that time, we were told it had to be construction ready. So who's at fault? It goes back to, we can't be pointing fingers, but we appropriate, the council appropriate, funding for capital projects not construction ready. And that's why we're in this situation, some of them were finally starting pre-construction activities after 6 years. So this is the example. We just can't be pointing fingers at vision of community development. So again, what I like to request, and you guys are an expert, you can't just, Ms. Giles here, I know you're new. You haven't been confirmed by the council yet, but with your staff up there, and I'm glad the controller's back. You guys are experts. You guys are the ones that deal with this issue every day. How do we expedite these projects quickly? Where are the blocking stone? I believe I know simply here, Doug probably mentioned that. Policies, new policies might have to be created or amended. As with the current policies or in place now, as stated by the controller, Mr. McCabe, he has to follow that. Even though there are going to be some obstacles in those the current policies, but he still has to follow that. He probably knows, as Candace, Ms. Johnson, along with your staff there, and Mr. McCabe there, you guys know where the obstacles are at these policies. So I'm not going to complain saying that this is what's happening, this is what's happening. Let's come up with these amendments so the council, the appropriate committee, if the procurement needs to be, procurement policies needs to be amended, let's start working on that. Because you as a staff as employees, and I'm gonna deal with this issue every single day. But you guys get hammered. Because you guys still have to comply with the existing, laws or policies that are in place. If there's somewhere that can be, some laws or policies that can be made or created, get that to us as soon as possible. One of the things that, Mr. McKay stated, we want to start, not to begin, I guess I'm gonna get a priority, but start looking at ARPA funds, we got like 3 months left. Basically, it has been done before with federal funding. Maybe we have to have some type of emergency procurement in place. To get these parts going as soon as possible. Because as delegate, Eugene Charles states, I do not want 1 cent to go back to the federal government. And we got 20 months left. So one of the things that difference ARPA fundings is to basically, maybe if the procurement is an issue, maybe we need to do some type of emergency procurement for all the ARPA funds. It has been done before. Staff, please, let's get this before the council. If policies need to be amended or created, or some emergency needs to be in place to extend this way, please get that to us as soon as possible. Because every day counts right now for the ARPA funds. This 20 months is going to come up. This one has come up, and it's just something that, again, I still agree. I do not want 1 cent to go back to the federal government that delegate Eugene Charles states. So again, let's come up with something, a solution. You guys deal with this every single day. The guys, I know you're new to the government. I know you came from the outside. It's a lot easier to work with private companies to get things done. And just like, as you know, business like these, or to start business outside off reservation, it can take maybe 5 days, 1 day, 2 days, 2 days over here. It can take years. So, but we're talking to capital improvement plan. You start, expect these, get these projects going, you know, please get things to us that are blocking stone. So the council can start considering what these be vended. Again, it's all still like, it's all still small morning, especially by, we'll sit together, let's do it. Okay. So go back to the current, and to the current, we'll sit there, they'll be conscious. These, the numbers have to be updated, inflation. And with the current decisions that are being made right now at federal level, on this, you know, things are increased right now. Steel is going to increase. Price of steel is going to increase. So a lot of these projects are in place right now. You probably had to put maybe 30 or 40% on top of it. So how do we go about that? So if I'm going to go back to if it's funded with citizen funds or it's funded with maybe new municipal state funds, but it's a lot easier with their own money to get these projects going. Is maybe chapters really decide if they got 3 projects funded by an amalgamation, which is the priority. Put all that money together and make that one project a reality. Because if we continue to say we want to seek additional funding for these 3 projects, but it's going to take a long time. So why don't we just put those 3 funded projects together and make that one project a reality? That's the only way it's going to happen. But we continue to wait, and we're dealing with the cost. And I don't know, I was told that every single year, capital project increased by 10%. And I agree with that. So maybe that would be a solution. Sit down with the chapters and say, hey, you got 3 projects funded by an application, but you got enough here to make one except one project to be completed. That might be a way to do it. And it goes back to I just was talking to my brother here, Delegate Johnson here. I think Mr. McCain can hear this. The triple R fund. especially with the regional allocation, 8.8 billion for Delaware region. I brought legislation to allocate those 8.8 million to my chapters. So it's they're simple projects, and some of these projects are septic tank cleanup. How long did it take to get that done? Chapters are finally being notified 2 years later. To say that we're ready to get your community members that apply for septic cleanup. It has to go through all this process, it has to go through the now nation EPA. But if you pay on your own, you just call it septic tank, and use that example, septic tank. You call a company, clean it up and pay for it. But now, since it came triple R for this, for each Dallas region 8.8, they had to go through the whole process. So, I'm not sure why some of these things that we're talking about, and I've been waiting for my legislation to be drafted. So the 8.8 million that are allocated for my 8 chapter I represent, so they can quickly spend the money for the projects. It's still sitting at OLC. So those are projects still sitting there. They're capital projects. Some are for warehouses, some are for heavy equipment. So again, I was hoping we gotta get that before the winter session to get it approved by the council. But that takes, I think there's 8.8 million each chapter. My chapter, the chapter represents probably 6 projects. That's 48 projects that can be executed at the chapter level and taken away from the community development because they have other projects they have to look at. So again, Madam Chair Harris, I know we're talking about capital improvement plan. I agree with that. But to expedite it, they got CSS funds. They got the triple R funds, which is about $521 million. They got senior center fund, I believe it's over like $140 million. Then they got ARPA funds, then they got state funding. And they had very minimal personnel to address this. So again, how to go about it? And I'll go back to this triple, the allocation, signed into law and approved by the council, the senior center, over $140 million. I'm not sure how Division of Community Development is working with Delta to expedite this. Now, going back to, again, Madam Chair, I'm trying to get this capital projects. So if you look at this, I'll give you an example. Why are we moving all the projects that maybe not construction ready, or still need a pre-construction activities, or renovation, or remodeling a senior center or something? We're mixing all that up for some of the senior center construction ready. I'm just bringing this up, and I brought this up too. Now, easy chapter is construction ready. And we're still sitting here when that's gonna be bidded out, but they commingle all the projects. I don't know why, which is ready for renovation, which one needs 80, which is construction ready to be built, be bidded out. That has, I have not seen that. So these are the reason why I began to state this. Now, each chapter is construction ready, all the 80 have been done, then withdraw, it's ready to be bidded out. And we're still waiting to be bidded out now, we're in the construction season. And one of the things we stated during the council started extending this one ASAP. To the state, we're still waiting. Just imagine getting that in each chapter. You take 6.1 off, 6.1 million off right there. And you can show the council that we are extending this money. We've got maybe 2 or 3 senior center that construction ready, bid it out, ready to go this summer to be start construction. But you get a whole new everything. You get that separated again, which building construction rate and all that, so I just want to bring those students up. So, the bottom line, again, going back to the modular building. For point, the office modular building, again, that's another example. Modular building. Why is it taking 2 years to council appropriate emergency funds to get this modular building up for our staff that are operating out of unsafe buildings? Water lines are breaking, heaters are breaking down, and our staff are working in this buildings that are not heated correctly, water lines, again, a modular building. Why is it taking 2 years to get that set up? Why is it the contract not signed? This was emergency legislation, get this building up ASAP so we can get these staff from election office, from the land district, the fire records office, it's offset or operating out of unsafe building. And now they're just being assigned in different areas for temporary, then you're told you have to move out. This is what we're talking about. Where are the problems at? What laws do what policies need to be changed or amended? So again, you guys need the staff deal with it every single day. And you guys know what needs to be, what law and policies be that are changed. So open up, let's work on that. Let's get before the council as soon as, because everything counts right now. Even with the ARPA funds. I know that when Delegate Armitage was a community development director, they said we got some diversity pyramid for these ARPA funds so we can start spending it. We went through the whole process. Again, it has been done. So please, let's start working on it, because especially the ARPA funds. Then some of these are construction ready projects. Let's start working on those. Let's show the council that you guys are working to execute this project, other projects that might have shortfall. And again, the spreadsheet here, a lot of these projects are listed out there. Let's update the project, let's see the cost and everything. I think that's all been said by my colleagues here. Let's get that done. So let's all work together. I just kind of say, I'm not here to complain, but let's come with a solution, maybe through certain minutes and codes and the policy. So, yeah, thank you. Good job. I know it's a lot. Again, John, welcome aboard. Appreciate that. Mr. McKay, you always working with the council. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much on that. One thing too, I'm not sure, again, we'll talk about partial funds too. That I can't remember, is it interagency agreement that we've had? I can't remember the term. I think that's it, right? So even the process, we haven't got that yet. I know we have come up with a policy. I know we talked about that this in person and how we can start working on that too with gas transferring some power line that's still operating to a gas line. I haven't got feedback on that from the president or anything like that. So those are the things that we talk about to expect these projects are spending our money. So I appreciate that job. You guys are working hard. You guys are working hard, but let's work together so the council can amend some of these policies and creating policies or stuff like that. So yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Very thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate David Simpson. Delegate David Simpson, you asked about emergency procurement. Like this council, the 25th nomination council, we passed PO 8123, and those are amendments to the procurement act, and that did include emergency procurement. So this council has already provided that resource to the Division of Community Development. But I can't speak to their management. You know, that's really up to them. You know. So maybe what the Resource Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee can do is write a memo to the Division of Community Development saying that should be prioritized. But to Delegate Danny Simpson, before you walked in, Ms. Yazdi, Candace Yazdi, she said that she's going to stop that project right now so that they can evaluate and that's where they're at. If they're going to do that, and Resource and Development Committee does not agree with that, I think that, you know, it's really up to your privy as a committee to work with them as their oversight. today to say, this is how we need to continue to progress with services, but just to fill you in on that conversation. Otherwise, what we could also do, and actually the Budget and Finance Committee did last year, was we sent a memorandum out to the 110 chapters to update the ICIP to support the division of community development, so those projects should be updated. So we could also do that again, jointly. So if you're talking, could you add that to our to-do list, for a joint, potentially a joint memorandum from RDC and Budget and Finance to support the division of community development to the chapters can update their ICIP listing. I think that's how we can help the division. And then also, going back to Mr. Tahi, could you also send out Title 12 to both the Research and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, just so that we have that resource and access when we're referring to the CIP, so everyone knows where we are. And if you could also send that out to the Division of Community Development, so they can offer those amendments when they're ready too. So, all right, I will say for the Budget and Finance Committee to the Division of Community Development, we look forward to hearing your amendments in the month of April. So if you could take a look at that and assess that and give us those recommendations. And also, let's see, other notes I took on, a lot of those questions are back to the management of CPMD and back to Ms. Yazzie. And I know Controller McCabe is back, so Controller McCabe, Delegate Shawn, and Claude have some questions, so I'll go to you first, and then we'll go over to Ms. Yazzie to respond, and then I see in queue we have Delegate Lester Yazzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. If I wrote it down right, I believe Delegate Shawn was asking about process. Ma'am, is that what your question was?
Yes, the drawdown process for citizen.
Citizen drawdown. So the citizen process is one where drawdowns occur. It depends on what the chapter is certified on.
Like if it's already been legislated and it's just sitting there in limbo. So if it's already been approved, there's already legislation, but it's just sitting there. So where do we begin with the drawdown?
So if the money's there and it's sitting in the business unit, which there are a lot of those out there, then the chapter, if it's certified, will go through, I know for ARPA, we used an SRA, but I think more typically with these citizen monies and other monies, it's a grant agreement.
Right.
And then the chapter can draw that down according to the grant agreement, which is usually put together by, if I'm not mistaken, it's DOJ now. And then with
Right.
the non-certified chapters, all of that runs through DCD. So DCD manages that process through the chapter's procurement, which has to follow the 9/11 Nations procurement. And then those monies are expended as they basically happen. So it is two separate processes. Typically, just for future reference, if it's a non-certified chapter, DCD is handling as an administrative oversight. If it's a certified chapter, it'll be governed by some sort of agreement with the nation. And that's usually will spell out drawdown procedures, project, codes and everything else. So
should a delegate initiate that process?
Well, we usually will do it anyway through the effort when the council allocates money. Then we'll go into the grant. If it's a certified chapter project, we'll go into the grant agreement process with the chapter. If it's non-certified, then it's just a business unit set up with a budget on an expenditure plan and DCD administers that.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Sean Claus' concerns earlier. I just want to iterate that the spending of the ARPA funds is definitely priority. I started on it on February 4th, and we've been running fast as we can with it. Trying to expend as much as we can. Quickly, I can let you know that the homes through TID, which I believe there was, and my number might be wrong, 360 homes are coming this year, and by December of 25, they'll be delivered. Now, if you ask me specifics about a particular home, whether they have the siding, the downspouts, that's different, you know, that could be a different answer. Like I said, construction is individual, it's specific, every project is unique and different. So I just want to iterate that because it's not cookie cutter. So I just want to mention that it is a priority on the ARPA funding expenditure. The other thing I wanted to mention is to Delegate Pla, I apologize to you because I did not respond to your email requesting a meeting. So I want to say it here that I apologize for that, and I need to set that up with you. We do need to sit down and discuss the emails and the issues that you brought to me. I really do have to commend the DCD staff that are there because they're doing their best. I think there was a comment that we were not capable. I disagree with that. We are capable and we're doing our best. I don't know the answer to the question about how many Navajo contractors are in the Navajo Nation. I don't know that answer. I would have to defer to maybe the Business Regulatory Office, possibly. There was a lot of questions or a comment made about payments weren't happening. So payments to contractors, I always iterate to the staff internally that we really have to focus on those. Typically, contractors should be paid within 30 days. I realize that doesn't happen, and we're constantly chasing that because it's important that our vendors get their payment because they also have vendors and they also have payroll to make. And so if someone's not getting paid, we need to look at it as quickly as we can and help them out, walk that through the process. That's what I iterate to the staff within DCD because that's important. I think there was a comment about separate funding sources and having a PM for it. I agree with that comment. That's the focus and that's the plan to understand the overall picture of that. Because once a project manager, and I don't think Delegate Danny Simpson heard me mention this earlier, was my plan is to hire outside help. But as part of that, I just want to emphasize that I have to be able to direct them what they're working on. And so getting the bigger picture on that is important. So they know what they're doing and I know what they're doing and we're managing them. I want to iterate Delegate Otto's right there, and I think collectively we're all saying the same thing. It's just a matter of getting it done. And Otto gave some good examples about planning and how sometimes the engineering portion of a project affects the project. He had mentioned geotechnical engineering. That's just one part of one little scope of an overall project. Not only do you have geotech, you have civil engineering, and then you have phases of design. So there's a big picture when it comes to construction. And it's, like I said, individualistic. The soils are not the same in Tuba City as it's here in Windrush and so forth. So construction is not just, it's not simple. It's not simple. The other let's see, I wanna go to my notes here, let me see. Delegate Danny Simpson, you and I had talked about the two projects you mentioned here, and I need to follow up. That's my honest answer. We talked about the Nagizi chapter, and they were construction ready. What is the status? I don't think you were here when I had mentioned that I didn't ask the staff to stop. I asked them to not accept and take on any new projects. I asked the staff of DC or CPMD to provide a list to myself so I can understand what everybody is working on. And we're not gonna know what phase of construction and what issues they have until they tell me, until we can evaluate it as a whole. That's what we're doing inside. So I'm gonna look at that list tonight before I go to bed. And I'm gonna look at the number of, see if your Nagizi project is on there. And if it's not, you know, then we need to find out why. I need to know what is construction ready. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered internally within DCD, but I asked them not to take any new projects on until we can evaluate what we currently have. The modular building delegate, Vincent, I need to look into it. I believe I saw an email last week, the contract had gone through, so I need to see where that packet is actually at. The contract where it was at between the lawyer, I believe they hashed that all out. So I need to find out where that packet is. I do want to emphasize as well that it's a good suggestion, and I'm not sure how all the legislative resolutions work, but having an emergency procurement legislation would be great. And if you could also include right-of-way easements, eliminating those requirements so we can move forward with, you know, a utility connection or a water line connection, so on and so forth. From my understanding, federal has already been removed as a requirement, and it's our Navajo Nation policies that are hindering some things. But that's my suggestion and request. Thank you. Delegate Parrish.
Thank you again, Ms. Yasi. The procurement, emergency procurement is already law. That's CO 8130. But I'll give it to Chair Jesus to talk about the right of way request. Chair Jesus.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair Parrish, and I'd like to Ms. Yazzie in requesting right-of-way easements. One of the things that I want to share with you is Resources and Development Committee several months ago had approved a legislation that was dropped by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson for what we call the tribal access authorization. Now, it's for any infrastructure built up, whether we're talking about water line, electrical line, or fiber optic, to provide services to underserved communities in the rural, I guess just across Navajo Nation. And that doesn't have to go through the full fledged of approval by certain individuals. The division or the department manager for Navajo Nation Land Department, Mr. Byron Betsoy, has that authorization to waive those particular right-of-ways as such. So again, if the packages are packaged well together, and that doesn't have to come back for a Resources and Development Committee, because that was the initial requirement. So the committee went and approved that particular legislation. Now, the catch is that it's only allotted to 100% wholly owned Navajo Nation enterprises. So whether that's NTUA or NECA or whoever. So again, there is that probability that we can definitely work on something. But if it's any other entity, then It has to go through the right of way. We made, special exceptions for the utility companies that provide services across Navajo Nation other than HUA. Of course, we have CDET, City of Farmington, Hamus, and then I believe on the Arizona western side is SRP or APS. So, I just wanted to put that out there, but in terms of, any additional information that you would need, if you can just, reach out to, the members of Resources Development Committee. And we'll definitely, work with your legal counsel and our legal counsel if there's a streamlined process that you're, wanting to, additionally request as well. Yeah, thank you, Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Chairwoman Brenda Jesus. Now let's go to Council Delegate Shauna Incoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few follow-up questions, and the first one will be directed to Controller McCabe. So as I stated, our chapter is currently going through an audit. So is our chapters that are going through audits able to receive funding? That would be the first question. And then also in regards to, this can be to McCabe and also to Ms. Yazzie. When do you anticipate hiring the contractor to help with all of the ARPA projects? Do you have an estimated start date? If you could share that with us. And then this would be to Controller McCabe. As far as our total ARPA quarterly reporting, are we up to date as far as the Navajo Nation? So those are the three. And then specifically to Ms. Yazzie, in regards to the ICIP for Chinle chapter, I added the totals, and we have $6,824,456. So my chapter currently is condemned. So as of 2 weeks now, we had risk management come in, we had OEH come in, we had so many people come in and do a site assessment, and so that building is now unusable. And so what that has forced our community to do is now the chapter meetings are held in the school buildings, which requires $1 million insurance, as well as fees for use of a facility. So each month, the chapter spends roughly about, I think about $400 to $450 because there's a planning meeting and also a regular chapter meeting. So based on that, in the report here, Chinle chapter does have CHSN funds in the amount of $9 million. And this was secured under Honorable Delegate Eugene So. But we're still going to have a shortfall. So after totaling up the $6 million,
Delegate Shauna Incoe. I don't mean it, so I just want to focus on the agenda today. If you have questions.
so this is ICIP.
You talked about ARPA.
No, this is ICIP.
So if you're talking about ICIP, the suggestion was that we can do a joint memo to have the chapters update the ICIP. So that's what we did in budget and finance last year, and I don't know how it adds to that. So if you want to, but I just want to, because I'm being cognizant of our time. We started at 11 today, and it's 2 o'clock, and we're still going around CSN, ARPA. We're going around all these multiple fundings. And if the Research and Development Committee is going to find a solution to the CIP, that's what the Budget and Finance Committee is waiting for. So I was hoping today that we would jointly have a discussion about how we can accomplish that for the sake of the comprehensive budget. But I'll give the floor back to you.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason I'm asking this is I think after looking at the project listings that were shared here today, I just want to make sure that we give a chance to the chapters if they see that this is something that they can modify, that we just hear from Division of Community Development to ensure that chapters still have that opportunity. So that would just be that question. And other than that, those are the only questions that I had as a follow-up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Shauna and Claude. So the chapters have 2 months before the month of April. This is outlined in the budget instruction manual. So the budget instruction manual and how the chapters are given the direct voice on how to update their plans is through the ICIP. So that is in section 10. It says A, chapter budgeting process. All LGA certified chapters and non-LGA certified chapters are required to follow the bid in preparing their budget for FY 2020 X, this is the draft. And when the chapter applies and receives funds and approved by council, reference appendix M. 2, in addition to following the chapter budgeting process in 26 NC subsection 2003, C, chapters shall follow the chapter budget procedures set forth in M and M1 of the BIM. B, chapter CIP. Chapter CIP budget request shall be submitted on approved budget forms to CPMD in accordance with the Appropriations Act of written policies and procedures for the CIP budget development. For further instruction on the CIP budget, contact CPMD. And C is chapter stipend. So the process for submitting all of these documents is with the ASC. And yesterday during the budget instruction manual, the ASC, we asked the same question to the ASC. We asked the same question to the Division of Community Development on their contract with the chapters. So in order to support them, my recommendation is that we send a joint memorandum to the chapter so that they respond to the ASC. But we'll hand the floor over to the Division of Community Development to respond.
Delegate Shauna Khan, I would iterate that, yes, the chapters are given, can change, or we can talk with them regarding their projects and what they want to change. That's all part of the services that we should be providing and leading and helping you understand the budget constraints, so on and so forth with the project. Okay, so I'll also address the other question that was asked of us about when we anticipate the hire contractors. I believe that was regarding the ARPA, right?
Or the one that you said is gonna be overall project.
So I'm gonna give myself 1 month to get a handle on CPMD and what we're working on. In the meantime, it's gonna be drafting the work order, because I believe I can submit a work order and use the funding from the match, the capital outlay match. No, the ARPA. I'll find the funding source, but basically, getting the contracts in order for the PMs to come on board is the focus. So once I get organized within the funding sources, then I can direct the PMs on what they're working on.
Okay, thank you. And then, Ms. Candice Yazzie, the controller, has reiterated, that if it is ARPA funded project managers, then they cannot be working on general fund dollar projects. And so I see what you're saying. I'll go to Vice Chairman Casey Allen Johnson, or Delegate Norman Begay is here. So I'll go to Vice Chairman Casey Allen Johnson and Delegate Begay.
Then, no, someone with their machine, and in here. My question, to the team up there, we did, have, those IDIQ firms. Supposedly paying 25 million. Firms to do assessments. On all our projects. So. I'll give my, little chapter as an example. So the IDIQ firm did the assessment for the senior center. So that's been completed. And it was brought to my attention when I met with your division that you were gonna redo, not you, Ms. Ozzie, but the former director. Was that whole assessment again. I said, no, I said, this is a professional firm that did professional work. Let's use this assessment that they did. Oh, like, okay, let's do that. So site controls there, so everything is there. So, we recently did that, they got 4.5 million. So we're ready to go. So who are we waiting? What are we waiting? In that instance. So that's something that, it's project ready. So we done to get that thing off the ground. If you can look into that and let me know. I don't need an answer right now. So we'll go to our money man. Okay. This is to your team that handling these ARPA disbursements. First Bridge chapter has been diligently, expending these funds that are drawn down at 25% to the chapter. So they expended it last September, October, submitted all necessary documentation. The controller's office, your team. And October 10th. For some reason, the documents weren't reported until January 27th, 2025. Chapter didn't receive notice until March 3rd that they were going to receive their second disbursement. So the chapter actually lost almost close to 5 months. And this is our problem. So, again, I don't think this should just sit on somebody's desk. And I did see somewhere that he got a hold on the number. This should be delegated to somebody else. For review, but according to all the documentation email, they did their due diligence of abiding by these policies that are in place. So I'd like to hear from you, Mr. McCabe, how we can just go ahead and, continue to work with these chapters on their disbursements expeditiously. Thank you.
Disneyland.
Okay, so, to the body here, again, this is on the capital improvement plan, that is a law, that the division of that. One, the CIP is waived every single year in the budget, and if we waive that again, the budget has to pass with 16 votes. In the law, and Mr. Tahi, I asked you to send that out to the body here. If we waive it again, then we're waiving our own law. I don't know how many years we've had to waive our own law. Nobody's following that law. That law sits there, and our people expect us to have projects out the door. Our people expect us to have plans. Our people expect us to have these senior centers, these museums, these stores, all of these things that have already been legislated, as Speaker Stowe had mentioned. And so when they put their wish list together in the ICIP and it goes to Division of Community Development, they're waiting and they're telling us today, we need to analyze it. We need to take a look at it and see what's feasible. Okay, that's what I heard. But between the Research and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee is wanting to work with the Research and Development Committee to develop that list. What is the CIP that the Resource and Development Committee is recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee? And I don't know, Chair Jesus, what you're recommending and how to accomplish that, or what we're going to do to move forward that, because is the Resource and Development Committee today saying we're going to have to waive that again? Because the Budget and Finance Committee is asking, okay, do we just need to change the appropriation law altogether? And if we do that, all right, then we need the recommendation from DCD so that they can accomplish their goal. So I'm gonna draw us back to the agenda, and I'll give it to Chair Jesus.
Again, thank you, Chair Parrish. So again, as policymakers, I think, Chair Crotty had, emphasized what we as legislative body have the authority to do. So technically, it's back on the executive branch, and, they're the departments that are boots on the ground and trying to fulfill their requested by chapters through submitting their ICIP plan through the chapter portal of what we know as the WIN system. Well, one recommendation that was made by RDC is that we wanted to impose a moratorium for 1 year, just to have DCD get everything in line. So that never fell through. So again, of course, over the months, we have transition of division directors, which is very hard for RDC to say now that Candace has been in this capacity for, is it a little over a month? Yeah, 3 weeks. And I know that, President has her on the ARPA project's priority. So, and just not having that time to sit down. So, you know, you have to take a step back and take it from a rational perspective. The list that we have here before us, a lot of these projects are on ARPA. So to say that, let's just accept what they have. I, as one member of the Resources and Development Committee, because I have that project management experience, I'm not gonna say I wanna go with this list. And that's the reason why I'm kindly requesting to, Budget and Finance Committee to see if we can work with DCD. And I know it's not going to take a month to reevaluate all these projects. So right now, we look to the executive branch as what is your decision? If you want to just request to impose moratorium for a year until such time that DCD figures out everything, gets the project schedule for all projects, you know, that's what we're open to. We just never got that clear direction from Division of Community Development. And of course, recommendations were made by members of the Resources and Development Committee, but we never got it solidified in writing as to what Division of Community Development wants to do. But we have Ms. Yazzie here that have the posted recommendations, and I look to her because it's her and her team that are going to have to fulfill, you know, this at the end of the day to have the deliverables completed. So again, if it's the law changing, that's what we need again. So right now, I'm just in a position where I think that, we need to, and I hate to ask this, but I think we need to circle back around with community development. Now that Ms. Yazzie is freed up from ARPA with the additional project manager that was secured, I'm hoping that we can have this discussion and take a deeper dive and get this addressed and get a response to Budget and Finance Committee here, hopefully within the next 2 weeks, if we can have a one-day work session and see how this is going to look. Because right now, a lot of these projects are, I don't know what to make of them, language drops, and then one of the things that is another big issue is some of these proposed site locations are off of the grid of infrastructure, like 5 miles. And 1 mile of water line to be run is averaging $38,000. 1 mile of electric to be run is $33,000. So we're just going to be investing in trying to get infrastructure to the proposed sites that are way off grid. I mean, these are the planning that Ms. Yazzie is talking about. You have to take it project by project basis. So again, this is just not a fast-paced type of a task that we need to do, but I'd like to recommend that to Budget and Finance Committee. And again, now that with Ms. Yazzie understanding the whole, just a quick snapshot of what's, you know, going on, but I'd like to focus on CIP, possibly within the next 2 weeks, see when RDC can meet. We're always even open to weekends, and that's what we've been doing. So again, so we can get at least a product to Budget and Finance Committee from RDC. So that's my recommendation, Chair Parrish. I don't know if any of my colleagues have, additional recommendation as you've heard the dialogue here this morning. We're up against a big beast here, and, this is a lot of money that's just being held in accounts that, it just really hasn't moved. So again, thank you, Chair Parrish.
All right, thank you, Chair Jesus. Maybe what we can work on is a feasible timeline. And where do we draw the line to say we can't do it this year? And I ask this because if we're amending the appropriations law, we need then a professional opinion from the Division of Community Development, whether they can do this on an annual basis. Because the comprehensive budget is considered every single year by the council, there's no carryover. And this is the limitations that they have to work with the CIP. I know Ms. Yazzie is new, however, the president has been the president since he was elected. So there's no excuse for the executive branch. If this was a priority of the president of the Navajo Nation to also follow the law, then he would have already put somebody in place to follow this law as well. So I know the weight is on Ms. Yazzie's shoulders, but at the end of the day, who's the branch chief? Who's the one that this responsibility lies on? It's president. And so over and over the turnover, that's a reflection of leadership too. That is the challenge we're faced with as council delegates, because I'm laying hard on this because the Budget and Finance Committee went out for public hearings. Every public hearing we heard is we want somebody else at the chapter who can help us with maintenance, who can help us with little things, who can help us get those direct services to our people. And it goes back to our people and the lack of services that they're receiving. Yes, this money is locked up in capital infrastructure. Yes, those are challenges that we're facing here in Window Rock, right? But at the end of the day, who's suffering? It goes back to our people. And when those dollars are not being spent, it's not the controller's fault, it's not OMB's fault, it's not even DCD's fault. It's us trying to move the executive branch's little progression of their projects. And we're doing what we can. And so here, today, I hope that we can develop a timeline to say as policymakers, we can do it or we can't do it. All right, we can't do it, we gotta move forward and say, how do we amend the laws? How do we make this feasible? And if my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council are adamant that these projects need to be done, then how do we continue to encourage the Division of Community Development to accomplish these projects through our laws and legislation, especially if they're not currently following the law? That's the challenge I see before us, is there's a law in place and nobody's following it. And when it comes to the comprehensive budget and we go out to the public hearings and they ask us why these projects aren't being done, well, it should fall heavily on the CIP, but it's not being produced. So again, this is why I'm laying hard on it, and we need to establish a timeline, whether yes or no, we're gonna do that in the FY26 budget. If no, then no, all right? If yes, then we move forward in doing that. But we need to progress forward. If we just give up now, then we need to amend the law so this doesn't hinder upon the division director, RDC, or budget and finance. Just my thoughts to that. I don't know if Ms. Candace Yazzie has recommendations on when she realistically thinks she can accomplish this in before the FY26 budget. And let me draw you back to the time frame of the budget. So the council considers a budget instruction manual. We're gonna produce that by the end of April. And that budget instruction manual is a schedule for the comprehensive budget. And a part of that comprehensive budget schedule is public hearings. The public hearings, this is tentative, but right now we're hoping to have those in June. And the oversight committees will consider those proposed budgets in July. All right, but the public hearings correlate with the CIP, and the CIP is a recommendation from RDC. So within this fiscal budget schedule, I don't know if you can produce a recommendation this year. I don't know. I think that's what Chair Susan's asking. She's wondering, do we just put a moratorium? Is that going to come from you? Is that a memo that's being distributed? Because we need a copy of that. Because I don't want to put false hope in our people's lines and say, all right, we can accomplish all these goals in the ICIP this year. Because we're trying to follow the laws, we don't know what's coming out of the Division of Community Development. They'll start with that, Chair Jesus, you can ask Ms. Yazzie for what her recommendations.
My recommendation would be to put a moratorium for 3 years so we can get organized and we can get what we have done. That's my recommendation. There's so much out there. There's so many pots of money. We need to get organized and we need to be talking to each other about what's priority. There's a turnover of people. There's new officials that came on board. Tons of factors that I don't even know about and you guys know about, that is just gonna require teamwork and communication, and we don't have enough time. So, the plan for ARPA was this project manager, and it's moving quickly because we're getting down to the nuts and bolts of the contracts. What matters in construction management are the contracts. You're not gonna make anyone move unless they know what they're supposed to be doing and what you know and what's written down for contracts. So my suggestion is to put a 3-year moratorium on all new projects so we can get our arms wrapped around our priorities and we can start moving forward.
Priority is water.
We structure our priorities. I mean, it could be
Water and power line.
water, power lines, houses. We all have a priority list. I mean, we could start looking at the construction ready projects. Danny Simpson had mentioned, Nagisi chapter had like being ready. Well, we gotta go dig and look for that ready. I think someone had mentioned the assessments were done for something. Well, we gotta define assessments. Assessments is what? Assessment of a building? Well, let's look at that contract and see what the assessment was done. Did he just look at the structure? Did he look at the stucco on the outside? Is it ADA? There's so many factors involved within a general term of assessment.
I will never support a moratorium. Because people get paid.
Go to Chair Friday. I will never support a moratorium because people have been getting paid and budgets have been passed to do the work. And at this high level, that's why we're asking for a plan on how to get it done. So a 3-year plan, I don't know if that's just a personal opinion. But I have people who have arsenic, high level water. They need water. And so for every day that we're not working on giving them water, whatever meeting you're in, to me is not a priority. So I'm gonna tell you that's my priority. Because we have communities who are in contamination areas. So I will never support a moratorium. And I think any leader who wants to support that, I would want to see chapter resolutions and get feedback from your communities who are looking for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to the queue. Let's see, all right, I got Delegate Norman and Gay, and then to Speaker So, and then, I think I see Chair Crowdy, so maybe that changed, and then, Chair Casey. So, Delegate Gay, I know you've been waiting very patiently for the past hour. What's yours?
I'll take care of sure. This chair is here's the RDC, Venus. Although I really put in the notes. I guess you have a big monster ahead of you. No, this will never be resolved. The way I see it is there's 24 delegates. And My projects are outside the big navigation. Okay, I deal more than what navigation deal with. Outside the big reservation. So we speak of this whole projects. Everything comes into Window Rock. From the chapter. Okay. What I'd like to see is that you guys work with the president, the vice president, secretary. I keep saying, let's make those guys are LDAs. Why are we giving them money? For 5 minute meeting this, they're not following their projects. All they do is point fingers at us, council delegate, you're not doing this, you need to check into this. Okay, and he gave us finally the CO. Listen, what these, if you're asking for a new project for a chapter, it's listed here now. What you they asking for a new chapter? They're homeless now. My senior center is homeless too. Okay, so my new president at Fortune is asking President across that he needs money for his new chapter. I tried to tell him that's not the way to go. You need your papers. So he says, okay. And told him I need a resolution of what you need the new chapter for. So right here, the resolution is number 3. He got that done. But 1 and 2 is out. And 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8 are not done. But yet he wants a new chapter. So that's why I'm kind of encouraging. I wish we kind of go back to CIO, the capital improvement office, I guess they had back in 2015, 14, somewhere around there. That they had that office working with the projects between how we work with the nations, our NUA, and my different electric companies that I deal with, like and mostly the 3 satellites, they usually try to go solo, sole source. And we get it, okay? But when it comes over here for payment, that's when we get stuck. My friend right there to your left gets blamed, OC, BON, and they can't top. Then DOJ should be sitting here.
Exactly.
There's a big holdup, okay? These 164 process is supposed to be only good for 7 days to approve these projects, right? 7 days. Some of these projects we talk about are back in 2014, 16, they're still there. My project over here, we allocated $3 million to renovate that building. Guess what? It's done. But the hang up for payment, Radar wants to pay it off, but the hang up is right here in Window Rock. My project over in Animal for extending the power line, it hasn't even begun yet. Over in Fortune, they was with the highway to build that back road from Purple. That's completed. I think it was completed last year, I think it was. So I think we all 24 delegates need to be here to come up with a plan to see how we can fix this big monster. David did it with a slingshot. Maybe we can do that. I like to get my own projects and tackle them with my LDA or the chapter official as being my LDA. Because they're the ones elected for the people. They said, I'll do this, I'll do that for you. Why are they not involved? If we get them involved, it's supposed to be a team player, right? It's a team. But the chapters are left over here, nowhere to be seen, following their projects. Like a lot of these documents that I'm checking on. There's papers that are not there. Insurance numbers are not there. All these numbers that the chapter officials should be aware of. So I have to come check in over here with the policy or whatever's going on with the BCD, and then what's wrong with this project? Oh, then they need to fill this paper back out. So then guess what? I have to go relay my message back to the chapter official. Oh, we have to do that. So then it takes time for them to come back over here and do that paperwork. So you guys need to somehow get the chapter officials involved in this. They're the ones that are asking for these projects. All we're here is for asking for money for these projects, right? So we end up chasing all these projects, we're trying to complete it for them, especially from the capital layout project from New Mexico. There's about 3 or 4 projects over here across the street. IGA hasn't been signed yet. For 2 years. Well, I could get a physical agent from somewhere, McKinney County, Socorro County, or Virgil County, my project would have been already been completed. And these are big stuff that the Navajo Nation, and you guys have a small staff, you guys have 110 chapters to look over. And you guys are just chasing your tail around like this. Some chapter comes in and then, okay, you try to take care of that, and then some other chapter comes in and you try to take care of that again, so you're constantly chasing your tail around. So, but my question is, how do we fix this with the chapter officials? So they can be involved. They need to know how the process works here. Thank you very much for listening out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, again, we're, reading the growth of this room here. And, think that, this recommendation, I think, is what we need. And, I think that once those recommendations are made, we can come back together but, sort of hurry up and get those recommendations done. Because we do need to move forward to, change policy. We all have our issues pertaining to project development and project management and our chapter that or chapter this, or I have this small chapter that can't do this, or whatever. At the end of the day, we still have to move forward and try to get this project rolling. We just can't move to, continue to keep this growth. And even I think that we know where what is needed, where we need to go, and the big monster that we have, and bottom line is based on so we either need to set aside other alternatives such as pushing out contracts. The other is council law. The non-certified chapters, they're tied up basically it's not in their name. And they're stuck over there at community development. So you have to follow this process. Why can't we waive that requirement that requires the nation not to release the money directly to the non-certified chapter? Let's release it to them. Let's give them the reins. Let's see if they can really manage these projects. If they do not manage the project correctly, things like that, that's their fault. Miguel, and we're only appropriators, we're not project managers. We're not the janitor, we're not the dishwasher. We're just appropriators and lawmakers. And I think again, we need to come back and stay in our lane. And the professional, they they need to make that recommendation for changes, and that we can adjust that. But again, controller, if we could. Let's waive the law where it requires the travel, these dollars not to go to the non-certified checkers, let's release it to them. Let's see where they're at. That's what this conversation is particularly about. There's chapters out there that are very good. My chapter is running with the senior citizen project. When the grand openings happen, I want the council to come to the city, see my new senior citizen project. It took me about 7, 8 years constantly following it to nurture that project to get it to the state. Get it the whole same thing. So that way, if we get it to the chapters, and we get relieve a lot of responsibility off of CPMD. That's my recommendation, maybe we could insert that. And my chapter is out. It's already, and that's how they were able to release the funds directly to them. So with follow that process, waive the law, first of all, require 2/3 of the nomination council vote. Let's do it. That way, we're not here with the draft, beating this road. We should always be appropriating money out there. So, if they want their reins on force, give it to them. That'd be DJ. That way we can do the way the policy and get it through. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. So, could we note the recommendation of amending the law for the sake of the CIP, because I just talked to Chair Jesus too, that Chair Jesus had mentioned that there's a better way to do a comprehensive capital improvement plan, because there's multiple funding types, and the CIP is completely dependent on general funds. So the CIP, I don't know if it's accounted for federal dollars like ARPA, the amount of money we receive from the federal government for capital outlay, and also the New Mexico capital outlay. I don't know if those two external funding sources were also considered on top of the general funds. That would be the responsibility of CPMD. So there's a better way we can workshop that. We can work with the research and development committee. Thank you. I'll go to I believe Chair Amber Crotty is taking an important call at this time, so we're going to do, and then we're going to do what I see here on my limits. You see Chair Rick Nez. I see Chair Jesus. Oh, sorry. So we'll go to Chair Jesus and then Chair Rick Nez.
Again, thank you, Chair Parrish, and to colleagues, for this discussion here, and I know that coming up with a plan, just as it's stated here, is what it would be the best path going forward. And this was my question to Chair Parrish, is if the CIP plan was last brought before council back in 2018, and yet 2019 calendar year to now, we've been appropriating projects from different funding accounts, and it just didn't make no sense as to why we have to continuously have that CIP plan, because that's incumbent upon revenues that are sitting in the general funds. And right now, and then there's these other concepts about, regionalization. There's these other concepts, and do we want to continue with all these projects, or we're going to regionalize? See, so I really think that this has to be a full council and DCD discussion. What is really the path going forward? Are we really going to restructure the chapter side of it? And this would be with ASC as well because of revenue dwindling. So this is also on our radar. So again, it just makes perfect sense to possibly amend, these current laws that we have, especially that is applicable to a CIP plan that has been developed every year. And, hopefully within time, BCD will play catch up with all these projects. And we're not saying with this moratorium to stop the activity of projects. It's continuously working out what needs to be done based off of the scope of work for these projects that were funded. And, so again, we can, work together and try to find a solution at the end of the day, but, we do look to DCD for their recommendation. So again, I just wanted to, thank everyone for this dialogue here today. I do have a meeting with, economic development right now, so I will be hopefully gone for just an hour, but I'll be back, Chair Parrish.
Thank you. We'll go to Chairman Rickness.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, Chair Jesus, Patterson, and Bismarck, lawmakers. Lawmakers, wow. For legislative branch. Because, I don't care, Ms. Yazzie, Ms. Jeff, and Jerome, control. Good, let me just, think about this all. I mean, it is really thick book here. I do appreciate it, and the purpose of why we're here, okay? I can start talking about, my 6-chapter projects and complain to you guys and all that. But what will it do? I'm just gonna kick up a whole bunch of dust and let it settle and we all go home. But I don't think a report from DCD on infrastructure capital improvement plan. Recommended changes to plan for future needs of infrastructure development. Can you imagine, I'm thinking, how many times this has happened? How many times DCD from previous council, way back then, they want to improve a plan that works best for the nation. Right now, as we speak today, over by Newcomb, Highway 491 is getting an improvement. It's got a new asphalt on each side. Now, somewhere on the Navajo Nation, there's a project that's being completed. Whether grandma and grandpa is getting water for the very first time, or if they're getting electricity for the very first time, something's getting done on the Navajo Nation. When we as delegates don't have our projects done quick enough, now, what changes would really actually happen? And then would it really enhance and make, would it ameliorate the nation faster? Seems like. Now, we used to have a tribal chairman's vote quite some times, then it changed to Navajo presidents. You see, was it an improvement? 88 council delegates was reduced to 24. Did it improve? Now, DCD, the offices at the agencies were known as LGSC office, local government support centers. And then it changed to ASC office. Did it improve? Славошица. DCD, CIO, yeah, then, create CPMD. Capital Improvement Office changed to Capital Projects Management Department. Did it improve? Славошица. I should follow. You know, the states, the chapters, let me go start with the chapters. The chapters complain. They say, it's Window Rock on this time. They blame Window Rock all the time. And there's probably a good reason to blame Window Rock, because it's the central government where a lot of appropriations come from here. And this is where laws are made as well. Now the states at the local states have some issues. Who do they blame? They blame Washington, right? Years ago, there's a whole bunch of their president. You cannot, they're no different than how chapters, complain about Window Rock being the capital. But what will it do for us if we just complain? Well, that's not no. Well, like I was saying, somewhere on the Navajo Nation, something is being done for improvement. It's just not fast enough. So we're looking at this and talking about it and saying that all 24 delegates should be here. When we do, maybe we'll have it for a couple of days at Twin Arrows and handcuff ourselves to the tables from 8 to 5. Maybe we'll get something done as well. I don't know, but not this starts at the evening. Yeah, gonna have to get when you plan something, you make sure that you sit down and come up with a plan. Plan your work. And then you work your plan. Well, what you need either, I don't know. But this thing about projects and everything, funding, there's something, we just had a new chapter official that raised her hand and took their oath of office. When you ask some of these new officials, what is a construction-ready project? Well, I don't know. What is a project-ready project? I don't know. Maybe some that's ready, project that's ready. Maybe the construction-ready project is a construction that's ready. Okay, what is a shovel-ready project? I don't know. Maybe it's they bring a golden shovel and they break ground and ready to do construction. You see it? We need our new chapter officials to understand what these three mean, how to use it, how to apply for projects, monies, and everything. And chapter presidents need to know that they are the ones, according to Title 26, that they follow up on projects, not the delegates. We appropriate money and it's on them. And what does the vice president do other than count votes? Title 26 says they are supposed to monitor projects. One does follow-ups on projects, the other does monitoring of projects. You know, the state of New Mexico does pretty good for the chapters in the state of New Mexico. New Mexico Indian Affairs Department, folks there that help us, and how much money our chapters actually get. But Arizona doesn't do that. So, Utah doesn't do that for Utah Navajos. And I'm glad that New Mexico does that, but you learn all this. can go. So DCD, no, Senegate, when you go, I attended one of the sessions over at San Juan College. And the way that certain things was being explained to these officials, I had to interject and say, hello, sir. I said, I can share this with you. You know, what I was not doing, Miss Yasi. Det jobbar hösten, chapter special, jobbar någonting. Det är vårt arbete på energi, no. Some of them catch on quickly. They really want to improve their communities. They need these tools. And they just want to run with it. But we as delegates are there for them to help them to get money to get these projects started. 40 years, by the time 40 years comes around, some of these projects is like, is this really how it works? I don't want fish ones. I mean, some of you delegates probably thinking the same thing. Man, I thought some of these projects gonna zoom by and get things done like boom, boom, boom. It's done very slowly because we have so many projects, 110 chapters, and each of these chapters have about a priority list of about 5 projects times 110 with different amounts. I put a plan here that the report that is before us today, the recommended changes. What would be, I'm sitting here and listening to my colleagues, good recommendations, and you know, I do think that all of us, other than the Budget and Finance Committee and RDC, Resource Development Committee, being here today, this is probably the start of what we're going to look at in the future, is to have all 24 delegates sit in on this and hear their recommendations out of what they can share with us to make recommended changes to the future needs of the infrastructure development in our communities. Open Sangavan, you know, back on the 24th council, we listened and listened and listened and talked and talked. And I hear my 2 behind me here from Tuba City mention the 23rd council. And I'm sure when he was on the 23rd council, he has heard delegates from the 20th, 21st, and 22nd council talking about improvements, and when will that happen? Well, slowly things are being accomplished on the Navajo Nation. I show somewhere something's happening, improvements are being done. So that tells me at least something's happening, but it's just not fast enough. But how do we sit down and really come out and see and understand what we really need to do to move these projects forward, and also the infrastructure plan? And from broadband, electricity, water, main lines, and fully understand all our road projects and well, so much for you on this that the mitigate ocean develops and what and by show by you know, back on the 24th council and then the 25th council. The 25th council, we had DCD executive director finish all the way from start to finish. And then on the 25th council, we have had certain division directors. Now it's you, Ms. Yazzie. So you're going to continue to listen and hear about all these complaints as well as recommendations, and you just got to put it in your head as to what you can offer as well, because it's not going to end here. It's perpetual. It's a continual thing that we look at in history that has happened And it's gonna continue to happen in the future. I don't DCD, or RDC oversight be gained that, you know, each delegate has some sort of recommendation that they probably would like to recommend to DCD for changes, so. Eddie, I'm glad you all about this, you get it, I'm not asking any questions, I'm just, sharing what I've learned and what I know and what the chapters are saying, and, you know, we really got to equip DCD. You need to go to the chapters and help the chapter presidents understand that the chapter president does most of the following. That's why we give them money to travel, to conduct government business. The vice president of the chapter can monitor projects. So, there you go. They say thank you, and back to you, Chair Harris. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Ms. for your insight and wisdom into the process. I did hear from our colleagues on the 25th Nomination Council that they want to follow up with the Division of Community Development on where they may be. I know that this is a lot to ask for the FY26 budget. However, maybe what we can do I'll give the floor back to Ms. Yazzie to give her thoughts on knowing the timeline. I think that's where in the Budget and Finance Committee, we're taking a look at that budget schedule. So if we're considering another public hearing to be a part of the comprehensive budget, it would be good to know where the Division of Community Development is on their recommendations, so that we can share that with the communities as well. Every year we do get questions, or so far in the past year, we did get questions on how the Division of Community Development can improve the process for services to our people. So, you know, Ms. Yazzie, I did hear that you are recommending a 3-year moratorium. I don't know if that's going to be an internal memorandum from yourself, or if you're going to work with the Research and Development Committee on that. Because there's different ways to do that, whether it's through a council resolution or through your own memorandum. I don't know what your oversight consensus is on that. I don't know if you've had a discussion with them on that either. So my recommendation at this point to develop a time frame forward, because I did get notification from one of our presenters that they have to leave by before 5 p.m. Or earlier before 4:30 potentially. So I tried to put some next steps in place for consideration, and so that at least through our comprehensive budget, we kind of have an idea of where this may go, and then also our recommendations to amend this appropriation on. So Ms. Yazzie, I don't know can you give some professional advice back to the delegates on where you may see your management going? That way, as delegates, we can take a look at how we can amend our policies, because this may amend the BIM process. So, Ms. Yazzie.
Thank you, Delegate Parrish. First, to address the timeline regarding the comprehensive budget, I think we need to have a separate meeting to discuss the timeline just for specifics on deliverables. I want to make sure I'm clear on the specifics. And I think we can dig into the details at another meeting. To talk about the recommendations, I would like to speak with RDC about it, but I'll go ahead and outline them now. My thoughts. Just to give you some background, when I came here January 6th, I thought, oh my gosh, Navajo Nation is a construction company. We are doing construction. We are leveling our own scopes of work. We're quote unquote bid leveling our own scopes of work, and they're not apples to apples. Our scoping of what we are actually doing is not industry standard, to be honest. This is my recommendation. Having a moratorium for 3 years, not to say that all projects stop, but we get a handle on what we can move forward. Because there are a lot that we can move forward. There are projects that are construction ready, But to get a handle on it, you gotta look at it. You gotta look at where the contract is. You gotta look at where the easements are, the chapter resolutions. I mean, anything and everything that requires OOC and OMB to push this through, we gotta look at it and we gotta organize ourselves, and we're not there. I have 5 project managers right now. Let me just double check that. I have 5 project managers right now in the Division of Community Development. With a moratorium for 3 years, I will ask RDC, and we'll continue to discuss this. This is not final, it's not in writing yet, right? Because everything has to be in writing. I want to request that we request that the chapters prioritize their projects to include specific requirements, like those projects need to be fully funded. Those projects need to include in their budgets project management. They have to be at 100% construction drawings. As you know, there's levels of design drawings. Programming, schematic, design development, and construction drawings, and those could take up to a year to develop. If it's a brand new building, they have to consider everything within the site to develop these things. I need 100% construction drawings. I need all of the easements and right-of-ways completed and signed off by all of the Navajo Nation entities. I would want to make sure that the projects have owner contingency, construction contingency. I have dollars in there for NTUA, so NTUA would have to have reviewed these drawings for their electrical tie-ins and the cost for their electrical tie-ins, meaning the transformers. All of that has to be accounted for. I would need the chapter to get their O&M costs together and then cover design fees for architects and engineers.
Giving the money to the chapters,
That's when we give the money to the chapters, right?
waiving the funding. And then the delegate so is recommended.
The third. Sorry. I turned myself off. Sorry about that. The third would be to request for emergency procurement. The legislation for emergency procurement. The fourth would be to waive the priority requirements. Fifth is, I want to remind us that we do have a construction authority. That's NECA. NECA has the resources, the knowledge, the software, the internal controls, the capacity. They have the resources with actual subcontractors, and with our own industry knowledge, meaning all of us, the whole Navajo Nation, we can start reaching out and start building our community of construction through NECA. Those are my recommendations right now. And again, everything needs to be in writing, and I would still like to get with RDC and talk about these things. But again, when I got to the Navajo Nation, I thought, wow, we are a construction company. And we just we're doing it. It's happening slow. It can happen fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ghazi. Do you have a time frame on that? I think that was a consistent question asked on the floor today.
Delegate Parrish, I would like to speak specifically about a time frame, just because I want to know what the actual deliverables are, so I can gauge how we can quickly meet it. So I'd like to discuss in a different meeting a time frame.
Okay, so we'll just work with our advisors, Ms. Nakai and Mr. Taki, on a future meeting on this discussion and how we can work through those potential amendments, and also a time frame regarding the CIP or the pros and cons of that portion of the appropriations law. So I guess that's the consensus so far and the advisement from the Division of Community Development. Members of the council, are there any questions to that proposal? Right. Hearing none, thank you to the Division of Community Development for your presentation so far. And we look forward to your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the council, for our proposed report here today, we do have a report from the Division of Natural Resources regarding the partnership with the Arizona Public Services, and Ms. Nelson has shared with me that they have some tired travel arrangements. So this is also recommended by our advisors to be an executive session. So members of the council, we can enter into executive session. If there's is there any opposition to that? All right, hearing none, I will first go to the advisor of the Research and Development Committee to see who they advise this body to keep in our executive session, because it's my understanding that the Research and Development Committee has already been working on this subject matter. So Ms. Nakar, Ms. Nelson, do you have recommendations on who should be in this executive session? Members of the Budget, Finance, and Resources and Development Committee, I believe the APS staff that are here and DOJ. I think if there's anybody from the Office of the President, Vice President, the Speaker's Office, and I didn't see anybody from Intel. And then it was being started, and Sean, the controller, and Kristen,
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's hear the advisement from Mr. Taki as well.
Madam Chair, Mr. Bernard Master is here also from Intech. He is necessary for this executive session. In addition to that, I'm reaching out to the Division of Natural Resources to see if Mr. Mike Malone is available. But I do believe that Rowena Jeremiah from Mineral Department is also part of this discussion. So I will email her or text her to let her know that she's up for the discussion as well. They would also be necessary and required for this executive session.
Okay, so let's maintain our executive session here in the council chamber. So our presenters from Intech and APS, they're welcome up here to the presenter table, and then we'll excuse everyone else not advised by our advisors from the Research and Development Committee and also the Budget and Finance Committee. Everyone else can come back in about 45 minutes. I'd say 45 minutes because the APS asked to be excused by 4:30. Yeah, 5:30. Oh, 5:30. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we'll check back in with our other presenters at 4:30. We'll leave it to our advisors to notify the other presenters. And then to our advisors, our Zoom, I don't know if that is our Zoom.
Sorry, Madam Chair, say that again?
What is the status of the Zoom?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, I'm gonna put Zoom on and let them know that we are in executive session. There is no executive Zoom session, Zoom link sent out as well, so this is all in person. If we're gonna send out an executive Zoom link, you gotta give me time to create that Zoom link as well.
Okay, for the sake of time, we will just maintain our Zoom link, and then you can just use that to notify everyone that we're in executive session, and then we'll have the executive session in person. Research and Development,
their colleagues. And then we'll welcome up everyone to the presenter. Thank you.
Chair Parrish, members of the joint committees. Um, Today, I want to give some insight to some context, some efforts as discussed with members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Shanta, we've discussed on several occasions that Budget and Finance, the comprehensive budget, the budgeted, the base planning amount, and really the focus for the 2026 comprehensive budget and the amount that will be available for that. We did meet with Budget and Finance yesterday to contemplate amendments to budget instruction manual. I thought that was a very productive conversation. I think there were some very good recommendations made to improve the BIM, for lack of a better term. But with that, Shinada, I know we've discussed on several levels the revenue projections that will be coming out Monday by the Office of the Controller. This will officially start the 2026 comprehensive budget discussion at the levels of the Budget Finance Committee and of course on the council and oversight committees. The one concept that has been consistently brought up by the Budget and Finance Committee and the Office of the Controller is what we're observing as flatlining revenues throughout the Navajo Nation. There hasn't been much evidence of revenue growth in some of our primary revenue sources. And the joint committee should be aware that the primary revenue sources that the Office of the Controller projects to do the comprehensive budget base planning amount consists of taxes and royalties, lease payments, other revenues, and then the supplement that comes to the Navajo Nation General Fund from the permanent fund interest, which under the current 5-year plan is an allocation of $40 million per year to fund the base planning amount and the comprehensive budget. As part of our discussions, we started to contemplate, how additional revenues might come into the Navajo Nation to continue to fund operations, but also allow for growth and enhancement of services to the people. One of the concepts that has always been a concern of the controller is the lack of what I'll say is not really feasible projections for such things as repair and maintenance and other things. And so in trying to meet those needs, the Budget and Finance Committee has discussed how do we bring more monies to the general fund and how do we contemplate that new revenue and how to allocate it. And so one of the ideas that has been brought up and I started to vet is the concept of a taxation on the enterprises of the Navajo Nation. I know one of the discussions from the president's level was a guaranteed dividend from the division or from the enterprises. I think we're starting to think one step further and maybe contemplating an actual tax amount, just like any other business would pay a tax amount on income to the Navajo Nation. This is an effort to really start figuring out how do we get a more consistent revenue stream from the enterprises. I don't think the enterprises are, I wouldn't say that they're not profitable, but I do know that the enterprise dividend income that comes in from the majority of the enterprises has been inconsistent, if actually nothing at all. There have been a couple enterprises, 2 or 3, that bring consistent dividends to the Navajo Nation. But one of the things that we begin to discuss is dividends is a kind of a discretionary disbursement based on net income. And why not make it more enforceable by making it an actual tax? So from that discussion, I got onto a call with our investment advisor, Sovereign Finance. And I was hoping that we could get a document to this body today, but it didn't quite work out that way. And I will forward you an analysis by them as soon as I get it. But they're starting to flesh out on our behalf, the concept of taxing our enterprises to get a cash flow generation from them. We understand that this could, put financial burden on the enterprises, but at the same time, the Navajo Nation is faced with financial burdens as well. And ultimately, the purpose for going into enterprise activity the way we have is to get cash flow back to the ownership, which is the Navajo Nation people through the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. So Shinada, I have been in contact with Sovereign Finance. I'm hoping to get you the analysis shortly. As soon as I get it, I can forward to you. But that is the concept, and I think what Chair Parrish and the members of this joint committee were looking for my report today is really what our plan was and how we would start to contemplate potentially taxing the enterprises and get cash flow, consistent cash flow back into the Navajo Nation. I think the overriding priority on this is the fact that, to date, we haven't seen much new revenue generation potential through other means. I do know there's a plan being worked on now for carbon credit revenue. And hopefully that comes to fruition at some point here in the near future. But outside of that, the revenue generation to the general fund has flatlined, if not slightly begun to decrease. One message I have gotten consistently to the Budget and Finance Committee is that the one bright spot in our revenue right now is the investment income coming from the portfolio. But even that took a hit. Some of you who read the headlines coming off of some of the tariffs and other things that the Trump administration has imposed. The market has taken a little bit of a downturn, and thus our portfolio has also, the performance has also decreased. I think we're still well above or around pre-COVID performance in the portfolio, but it's certainly something that I know Budget and Finance and Office of the Controller has contemplated as far as the volatility of the market and what that means to our revenue streams. And so in an effort to contemplate new revenue streams to fulfill more and more needs that seem to be necessary for the divisions, this was one of the ideas that have been that has come up and has been started to be vetted by our investment advisor. So Shinata, with that, that's actually my report. I will definitely try and get to you the document that I'm waiting on as well as soon as I get that. I think that's it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Controller, thank you, and members of the 25th Navigation Council. I'd like to delegate for insight to actually listening online, so if we could also come back for the record, if you could text me in the audio, so we could also Lindsay, she's listening online. So members of the 25th Navigation Council, this concept came up because the controller was contemplating the differences between the percentage versus a dollar amount. So if the council were to consider a dollar amount as a dividend back to the nation for revenue, that dividend would be set in stone and have to be amended every single time that dividend would come in. And there would have to be adjustments based on the market, based on inflation, based on where we are in our economy. So this proposal by the controller for taxation is, a percentage of tax dollars on the revenue and, as Ken stated, he's having a financial advisor assistant with a model, but the concept is so that it's flexible enough to last us through the future, so just an idea that, the controller is presenting before the research and development committee and also the budget and finance committee on creative ways that we can amend our laws in order to maximize the return on our to the onto the enterprise. So I do see Speaker Stowe in June, so Speaker Stowe, for your
It's just a recommendation. We know that this question has came forward. And what could we get the enterprise to start contributing to the nation annually? Currently, how the enterprise is created is through I usually say a cookie cutter deal. So the same policies, general policies are there. But the only difference is the scope of work that each enterprise is charged with use. So each of them has enabling legislation. And as NECA, NTA, probably NTA, NECA, and so forth. And to today, you know, their enabling legislation tells them you need to be self-sufficient. Number one, that's what they are right now. Five. Number two, you are to employ management. They are in compliance with that. And then number three, the one that talks about dividends. That's to the discretion of the board that is created. So the only time that you will get a dividend payment is if the board says, let's do it. Let's give something back to the nation. And those few enterprises that give a dividend back to the nation, you know, you see it in scholarship, the NECA annual check we get, or the $1 million check we get from NEC, or the 300,000 that we get from the development UCE or no EDC. So those are a few enterprises that actually give something back willingly without the nation trying to twist their farms and so forth. All the other enterprises, QA, so forth, oil and gas, Honey Development Corporation or whatever, they don't give a dividend. So, but all of these enterprises are operating off of the same enabling legislation act, but with different scope of works to do. As an example, if NECA may, just from the 121 program contract that they have to install septic system in the water, off of that, let's say realistically 43 million. Okay. And we have to buy material, we have to do this, and get our own staff and so forth, we'll beef up. At the end of the day, we only get this $1 million check each year. And to me, that's just an example. I would rather want a percentage ratio or some sort of maybe a flat tax off of maybe off the growth. That way we get a dividend, but when the money comes in, it's not it's back. It becomes a free for all again. Oh, the tractor needs a new fire department. The tractor needs a new tractor house. The tractor needs this, the tractor needs that. And I think that if we're gonna go down this road, we really need to figure out how we're gonna use those dollars. As an example, the 1 million that comes in from NECA, I think in the policy, it ties up, it goes to scholarship. I'm assuming, because Rose Branch shop sees those dollars. The money that comes off of, Williams from Matthew, I don't think there's a formality for it called. It goes to the general fund. EDC, the 300,000 that they've given us each year goes into UFB. The 3.5 million that Navajo Hospitality Enterprise is tied to a lease agreement, that goes into the general funds. So meaning that those dollars is gonna be part of the next fiscal year's funding. And if we're gonna strategize on how we're gonna use these dollars, we have to plan for those dollars. If we're gonna tax them or ask for a percentage ratio. Other than that, it's just gonna disappear in thin air. Somewhere it's gonna be part of the comprehensive budget, we're not gonna see it. They're gaining the revenue and distribution fund. Right now, the money is utilized to pay for the electric bill at the trapper houses. Why can't we repurpose that to pay for, public safety, or, something tied to the, national gaming, national gaming, Native American gaming, law, the law that's been enacted. That has 5 criteria: housing or community development, infrastructure, education, public safety. There's one more. There's 5 buckets that money is utilized for gaming and those games in those areas. But I know that with the 6 million that comes off of each year from gaming, this year's to paying electric bill. Why can't we utilize that to pay for something else that is really needed? Maybe that senior citizen program that needs maybe a senior citizen driver. I don't know, the Uber back. Something like that, but if we move down this road, we really have to make sure where the money is going to be utilized in the system. Because if we allow it to go into the general fund, the general public is not going to see it. They're not going to see it, and you're going to say, "Oh, they're misspending the monies." But realistically, when it comes to the general funds, that's the first layer of funds that we utilize to fund the comprehensive budget for the next fiscal year. So I think that we are on track on that discussion, and we do need to get something from them. They have need not shut down. Another we young, thank you, that. We get a break. We carry the burden or we carry the name of the nation when it comes to taxes. They can do things at a faster pace that federal government can't. And so they beg for it. It's good, but we need to set them up so that they do continue to pick up a lot of some of the issues. Another thing is that the discussion we had earlier, community development. Why can't we work in the regular enterprise to manage that, those projects. That's why they're created. They have to get some from it. But there are some enterprises that may not be pulling any revenues in. Anyway. They say, oh, we're non-profit, we don't make no money. We don't do this, we can't. So we have to figure out, as we do this, it has to be across the board. Cannot give special conditions for, enterprise pertaining to what they're going to be paid for. Appreciate the dialogue, that's my thought, I'm done, and that's it. So, thank you.
So we'll go to, Delegate Sean Antoine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCabe, for the report here. I'm looking to see if you have any projections based on what the Navajo Nation has received, maybe going back 5 years. And I think that Shatui Article also did touch briefly upon a component which we have dealt with, which is that some of these enterprises do not report back to Navajo Nation Council. And so the question would be regarding the enforcement, if they were to pay a percentage back, how would the Navajo Nation deal with that? Of course, the Navajo Nation has subpoena powers, but even when you subpoena them, they come back and then they say that they'll give a report back to Navikiaske or the oversight committee. But then what ends up happening is the committees get bogged down with other details or other projects, and then time lapses, and then we're in the next budget year. So that has happened to Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise. They came before RDC. They have yet to come back to provide their financials. And so I think that's something that I see as an oversight committee member. I think that if we were to consider percentage, and if they are in non-compliance with that, I think the Navajo Nation Council would be forced to probably just end the legislation that created those enterprises. But I think that we do need to hear from all of them, and we do need them to provide information to NABI. I know that a few of them were lacking board members as well. And just with the recent discussion on the floor, some of these members have been removed by President Nygren and Speaker Curley. Those positions have yet to be filled. So I think that in order to have a fair discussion with these enterprises, I don't know what the recommendation would be from the Department of Justice to have those vacated positions filled right away, or either to allow the former board members to complete a report to the Navajo Nation Council. And those are some of the legalities that are outstanding as far as our enterprises. So I just wanted to bring that to Department of Justice's attention, as well as our executive and legislative branch, is that I am in support of looking at opportunities to create a percentage base, but we do need to hear the reports And then also, it would be great if the Office of Controller could provide some of that financial projection for the council, maybe on a spreadsheet so that we could look at that. And then that would also provide for tools for evaluation to see why maybe some of these enterprises are starting to fail. Just as you stated, a lot of them have flatlined. Whether that be because of what's happening at a federal level, what's happening with our economy at a national level, the tariffs and all that. I think that we do need to bring them in and hear about that. Other things that we may need to consider, and this is what RDC has been talking about, is to create an enterprise that deals with energy, or either create a Department of Energy. Another one is possibly create an enterprise to work solely on the Navajo Nation Fair and other fundraising campaigns, because what I have seen is that when it's under a division or a department, we see that the focus is no longer on what's outlined on their plan of operation, but it goes to events that are one-time events throughout the year. And then the question comes up about the accountability, where those funds go. So in order to just alleviate that, I think the council should be prepared to entertain creating new enterprises. And I think that we as RDC have had that discussion. Whether or not this particular council is ready for that, I'm unsure of. Very hard to say, especially when we're looking at our revenue and how we have to determine some of the cuts that need to occur. So I just wanted to add that in, just to, food for thoughts to ponder upon, and I'll go ahead and turn that back over to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Controller McCabe to respond to the comments so far, and then we'll go to Delegate Strellick.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Shannon, Delegate So, and Delegate Paul. So I know there's a lot of questions. Frankly, these are ideas that literally came about 2 weeks ago. And so we're kind of at the genesis of these ideas and really need to flesh out some of the nuances, particularly enforcement. That's a good question, Delegate Claude. We would have to figure out how enforcement would work. The overall concept for the taxes is actually, I think both Delegate So and Delegate Claude mentioned, as a flat tax of some form of adjusted revenue. So we're not sure it works off of net income, but maybe some form of gross income minus certain provisions, so that we don't want to. I don't think the intention is to get the enterprises where we are in a position where we're trying to squeeze blood out of a turnip, but certainly where taxes can be paid, they should pay them. And we would figure that out. And the investment advisor for OOC and the investment committee are kind of mulling that over right now. We would also probably exempt any taxes on revenue of federal dollars, like NTA that receives federal dollars, NHA that receives federal dollars. We focus more on what the governmental term would be is program income, like rental incomes and other things, back to the Navajo Nation. But they're fleshing that out for me now. And we are doing it by way of looking at prior year financials, so we can get some sort of projection on it. And as soon as I get that back, I will get that to the committees and maybe even the full council. Delegate Claude, you mentioned an enterprise for the fair. I 100% agree. I don't know, I just think that's the best route, is to get that under some sort of an enterprise. Also, as far as the use, I know Chair So has said how are those funds gonna be utilized? The preliminary thought was to use it to supplement the general fund, however. By creating a revenue stream like this is the textbook definition of a revenue obligation bond. Where we can pledge the revenue, borrow money against it, and then create projects and fund projects. Some things that like we're talking about today that could help maybe capital outlay funds match. And other things that we kind of fleshed out with DCD today to get more money to these things that we need to get moving. From a capital standpoint or construction standpoint, but this is exactly how state and local governments finance things through revenue obligation bonds. Raising taxes, creating special taxes, and then they use that revenue to finance projects that are necessary. So those things we're starting to really figure out maybe how this would work. I wish I had better answers for you today, but again, this is a conversation that literally had started about 2 weeks ago. Wanted to bring it to the committees as a joint discussion and then get you more information as we move forward. I think that's it for the questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Controller McCabe. As you continue to move forward with your, the models that Sovereign Finance is creating, we can set up another leadership meeting between the committees. We could even involve the whole 25th Navigation Council, and hear those updates, because as we're pursuing and identifying the challenges that we have with revenue, I think it's good to keep the members of the council apprised of these discussions for potential revenue sources and what that might look like, because that will definitely bring some light to how we budget on the navigation. So thank you, Controller McCabe, for bringing this to our committees today. We'll go to Delegate Sharon Yazzie. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's safe and well out there. What I want to do is say thank you. I appreciate that we're being proactive. Listening to one report where we have a whole bunch of money over here, where we want to really figure out how to manage, and then we're also looking at how we can really bring this additional money in. I kind of want to, I feel like you said, we're at the beginning of all of this. So I don't know if it would help if there was some type of like a dividend subcommittee where each of the members from all of our committees could sit on this committee to help you flesh out some of these ideas, because I think it should involve each committee, because you would have to define the purpose and the objective of what this would be for. It's been brought up, how do we assess the financial viability of all of these enterprises if they have different enabling legislations, and what does it look like? Take time to really look through the finance. And then even looking at what Delegate Carl brought up is, establishing that policy. What does that look like? Obtaining legal and regulatory approvals. And then I think the really important piece is engaging with the community and the stakeholders, because, there are many ways, and I think with budget finance, doing public hearings, that's helpful. But, focusing on this area would also help this possible group decide how this money could benefit everybody's involved. And then I think even developing that governance and oversight structure, and then at the end also having into this plan the implementation and the monitoring, so tracking our data. I think that's just something I would recommend, because I know in my little time in sitting with this budget and finance committee, sometimes Controller McCabe, you're sitting here all day with us. And, I want to be very mindful that you do have also reports that you have to get done. And if there's other ways that, that as the entire council could help, in some way, because this is another project that's gonna be put on your plate. And you just said it was from the last 2 weeks. I just wanna make sure I'm mindful of not just you, but your staff and everybody that's involved, that we remember to take care of, our employees as well. So that's just something I wanna put out there for us to think about, and maybe that might be a possibility to get all of the committees involved, because I think how I see it, sometimes I don't know what HES committee is talking about. I don't know what RDC talks about. And I'm looking at it from a different perspective. So if everybody could be at the table, that would be helpful. So that's just kind of my recommendation that might possibly help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Dodley, LSSD, Vice Chair, and Keith Johnson is here. We'll go over to Vice Chairman Johnson.
Chairperson. My favorite word, dividends. So last year, 2 years ago, we sat in that conference room across the street talking about this. Dividends from the enterprises. Former AG was there, everybody was there. AG had a draft letter going to the enterprises saying you guys are gonna pay some dividends. What happened to that? It's a question. And then, we had our enterprises here earlier, Tech. They generated about, with APS, I want to say close to about 60 million, close to 60 million, 55 million every year, right? Sharon, all your resources that were extracted from your community. Four Corners Power Plant, I think it's about 55, 60 million. So, but we're not getting anything from those 3 mines up north. Appalachia's not getting nothing. Has there been any kind of discussion why we're not getting, we own insect, so why isn't insect voluntarily giving back the dividend back to the nation? Wyoming, what is it, 30, 40 million? 2 mines there, 80 million. $40 million mine in Montana, what is that, almost $100 million? Taxes and royalties now going to the states, Montana and Wyoming. Nothing's coming back to the nation. And I believe we got the highest taxpayers up there. Those 2 mines are the highest job creator. The highest job creation up there. And I got to meet the governor out there in DC during the inauguration of both governors. Shook their hand and said, how do you like those taxes and royalties the states get? He said, we love it. But we're not getting nothing back as a nation. That's, when we went up there, that's when we found out, we stopped before that. The enterprise, and we said, you guys are getting nothing back. And what Speaker So said, it's not within our plan of operations to give you guys dividends. But we got 1 million from NAFI, well, 2 million from NAFI, 1 million from the insect, what, 700,000 from BDC. So I believe that they're voluntarily giving us dividends, but I do agree with my colleagues that we really need to look into their financials and see what they're actually making. And then I do agree with the percentage, not a set amount annually. So we would do about 50%. But whatever is feasible. So those are my comments, my questions. But I do want to question what happened to that. With every year, and I go to. So you remember?
I think so.
I believe president was there, the rate company was there. I don't know what happened to that discussion, but you can provide a response on that.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Casey Allen Johnson. I know Ms. Laura Johnson was here earlier. I don't see her in the chambers, but we can, is she on the call when we're talking? All right, we'll give the floor back to the controller to respond back to the delegates, and then, specifically for that question about that memorandum, I believe from the president's office, we can double check on where that's at. But for now, we'll go back to controller Sean McCabe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. I don't know where the memo went. I don't mind if we do a dividend. I don't know the legal ramifications of it, but I do believe a tax carries more weight as a mandatory payment. And it's something that we can regulate. The dividends, I think, is delegate so as mentioned, is more discretionary, like we will give it when we have it. And I think this approach is something that, and it also, I think, creates more opportunity for us to issue revenue type obligations, meaning we know we're gonna get this amount every year. And we don't even need to raise a lot of money. I mean, even if all of the contributions from a tax is $10 million, we can borrow 75 million with that amount of money through a revenue obligation issuance. So I think, you know, as if a bank saw that we're taxing it and we're using that revenue obligation, it would be easier for us to do something like that as opposed to dividends, which by definition are discretionary based on you get what's left over at the end of the day. Now, if DOJ has a formula to mandate a dividend, we could go that route too. I just think the way we're talking about it at the Budget and Finance Committee level is one where just make it a tax, just make them pay a flat amount off of some adjusted income number where we can target an amount like just simply 10 million a year. Like that's really, we're not looking to squeeze the enterprises, but it creates a revenue stream that we can then leverage to issue debt if we have to, or just supplement the general fund or obligate it some other way. But this is how cities raise capital. They create revenue streams through taxes. So do states. And then they obligate that for bond issuances. So I think this is the way for us to get a little bit more creative to get more funds. And to be honest with you, a lot of cities issue bonds for administrative purposes. I'm not saying we do that here, but I think it's an opportunity for us to look and obligate it maybe against a debt issuance where we can generate more capital. Because I hear all the concerns that we just went over this morning for 6 hours, and I think this is a plan where we can maybe start figuring out how we can solve some of these things without further taxing the flatline revenue that we already have in that regulation. So that would be my response, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Controller McCabe, and to the members of the Research and Development Committee. We can definitely keep you all apprised of these, the policies and ultimately legislation that will be forthcoming, and the models that will be presented by the Controller's Office. But at the end of the day, our goal, I hope everyone's goal in this room is to bring more dollars in for the at-risk people to receive services. Yesterday, we had a very blunt discussion on vacancies and why the Trump nation spends so much of its dollars budgeting for vacancies, and there's no plan, no strategic plan to hire for these positions, yet we keep on wanting what we can't have, and we don't utilize the resources that we do have in front of us. And so we're thinking of ways to budget within our means. Additionally, how we can utilize taxation to bring in revenues. So that's another arm of the Navajo Nation government that we don't talk much about. I think there have been proposals on income taxes on Navajo Nation jobs. Also, there have been thoughts of putting tags on Navajo Nation vehicles to generate revenue there. It's also how to tax, or I think there are other concepts of tax semis coming through the application to provide for roads. Those are all proposals from previous councils, and they're just waiting for us to be picked up. And so Controller McKee and the Budget and Finance Committee were workshopping some ideas. The Controller proposed this to our committee, and we want to bring it to the table to the Resource Development Committee. Again, this is preliminary, but we want to make you all aware of this, and we look forward to continuing to work with you all on these concepts. But Vice Chairman Casey Allen Johnson, at this time, I think we can notify OPPC to send over that memo, but do you have any follow-up requests to that? And for the Vice Chairman Casey Allen.
Oh, on that memo, the dividend. No, I don't think there was anything connected. It's in that room.
I can look for it, I don't. I can look for it.
All right, we'll get that copy. Members of the Nomination Council, do you have any questions for Controller Sean Case? We'll go to Speaker So, and then over to Delegate Shirley.
So, as I made my comments to the enterprises, that's just a something that I think as a large and aerial of how we could forward with this, whether it's a percentage ratio or a tax, a pig tax or something like a pig tax. And then just give them, determine that certain amount goes in, and yes, if we could leverage that, it brings in so many dollars, and we can leverage that for funds, a bond and so forth. That could really help the nation and its development of improving their infrastructure. But we really have to make sure that it's spelled so that it's for this certain purpose. Because like I said, someone's gonna drop legislation to build something with nothing. With no A or with no land withdrawal in place, and these dollars that sit in these accounts with not collecting interest. It's not you collecting interest. Maybe the C is sent, but the other, say it's a UFB account, and the money is earmarked for that purpose. I don't think that the dollars are to create some sort of interest off of it. And the money is just sitting there. So those are just some of my concerns. But I believe that we have to have that dialogue. When the nomination council voted not to renew the NGS lease in 2019, I remember from the floor, I said we need to start tightening our belt. And from there on, the forecast is that the last revenue that would come in was in 2022. And then after that, in 2022, we should have saw a lower revenue projection overall. Really low revenue projection. At that time, 2019, I think our revenue projections were about 184, maybe about 180 million. And you take 33 million off of that, that puts it down to about 43. But COVID happened, and we got CARES money and ARPA dollars, and we ended up those are in the accounts now. But when the COVID money goes away, yes, we have an issue. And I think that we also really need to look at our side, the financial health, and we really need to get it to match what we should, what our workforce should be. Pertaining to different, because these dollars will be serving as, serving direct services. So with that, we have to be cognizant of what we fund in the main, comprehensive budget. But it will really impact the projects out there. There's not gonna be any revenue, a lot of revenue available for projects. And that's really why we say that the next council that comes in, that the only six council is gonna have a tough job. They're gonna be cutting and slashing, and that council is gonna be the one that's gonna be, they're gonna get chewed out. And they're gonna be cutting jobs. Basically what those is doing. But in 2019, I remember saying that we need to tighten our belt up. And we still, oh no, we can save the job. Now that deadline is coming up next year. And what's happening? So, but we have to find a revenue placement so that we can at least save some of the job. So that's all. Thank you.
So I'll go to Delegate Shirley Johnson.
This is the wrong report, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know when we would start on all of this. I know we have another comprehensive budget we're gonna do. We have to do ARPA. When are we gonna put this on our to-do list? I heard people say we're working weekends now, we're already working weekends. So I can kind of get a better timeline, what this would look like, and the realistic reality of if we can do this. But I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Johnson. The question is, when are we going to start on this? And I think, Controller McCabe is just going to sit here and look at all of us and be like, all right, when are we ready to go? So Delegate Shirley Johnson, we can work with the controller again, and once that report gets out, Controller McCabe will send that out. Today, the report was actually due from Sovereign Finance, but if they're not available today, I expect this to be on the Budget and Finance Committee's agenda on April 15th. So that is our second meeting in April to flesh this out a little bit more. And then we'll keep the Research and Development Committee apprised of this. This is going to require plenty of leadership meetings and work sessions to hash out that legislation. So for now, the concept can be presented back to the Budget and Finance Committee on April 15th, and then work forward from there. And then also the Budget and Finance Committee, we have an upcoming strategic session on April 3rd, so we can definitely plan out the timeline for this. So Delegate Chair, can see to answer your question.
Want to make sure I save my dates on all of these. I know we're gonna be, and like I said, I know we have a lot of stuff we're gonna have to consider. And I don't know, like, priority wise, in terms of if we want this dividend back. I know it's by 27, we're gonna need revenue back into, our funding pot, so. I'm just trying to think about our priorities. Where it needs to be. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Johnson. So on April 3rd, the Budget and Finance Committee will sit down again. And then we'll take a look at that prioritization. I know our goals for the spring council session was to have the Procurement Act ready for the council to consider. The second thing is also the budget instruction manual by spring council session. So those are the two goals for the spring council session. And this is a new concept that's being presented by the controller, but we can definitely have that a part of our strategic session. I anticipate this to be a part of calendar year 25. So we'll see how it plays out in our fiscal year, but we'll push as much as we need to. The controller has additional money too for financial advisors as well. So he has access to the resources he needs. He just needs to get on those RFPs
I do see Chair Amber Smith ready. Thank you.
Oh, appreciate it, thank you. So I heard a comment about council, voting down in 2019, the NGS, resolution. And so, I just want to state for the record, I wasn't there when the council made a decision, but I think there should be some history, in terms of how those discussions went down, because a lot of times they were in executive session. And the nation should hold, SRP and NGS accountable, for how they treated the Navajo Nation during that negotiation. And they actually were on a lease and broke the lease and, you know, contracted with another tribe for the water, for the cap. And if you get the history, there's no way that Navajo Nation, because it was NTEC who was negotiating, there is no way any council delegate would have approved what SRP wanted the nation to concede to. And I would say it on the record, but I can't remember if it was just an executive session. And there is no way. So I would want to see if staff can dig up some of that history. But from that point, I do agree that we needed to prioritize and definitely diversify our economy. And I'm just looking at what NTEC provided. And I think that was an executive session too. But there has to be this clear understanding of the impacts of energy development on Navajo Nation, how much the nation actually receives. Because as we're learning, the nation often in these negotiations just get royalties and maybe taxes. And, you know, we don't have an income tax. If every 70 cents of every Navajo dollar goes into a border town. So I think it's just re-examining what the benefit is from Navajo Nation, not only the government, but the community impacted. Because I'm looking at what, and this is public information in terms of NTEC, what they provide in terms of a community benefit fund. That's pennies on the dollars that they make in profit. And that's why I continue to believe that communities that are impacted should receive additional funding that's beyond just the royalty and sales rate. And I hope that we could look at an energy policy that reflects where the Navajo Nation will be in a better position and just do some more cost benefit analysis. Because I have communities that are contaminated because of energy exploitation and bad actors who left contaminated mines, and that health impact is something that should be cherished. And I think if we're having those conversations, what does that look like? So I just wanted to state that for the record. I hope someone out there, maybe a scholar, somebody who followed the NGS discussions, that would like to see for in the public if that information was ever disclosed, and how they treated Navajo Nation in that negotiation. They really crippled what could have been done, and they made specific decisions to defund projects and go with other tribes. So someone's out there, contact me. I'd like to know what you publicly have found out, and I'd like to maybe provide some additional documents that are for the public to really understand how these companies treat Navajo Nation when it impacts their bottom line. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Chairwoman Amber Smith for Friday. We will note that Mr. Toppy will
do a little bit of research and background on that. I know we'll work with our attorneys as well to provide context and background to that discussion. I don't believe we have those resources today, but we will keep the council apprised of that. Members of the 25th Nomination Council, does anyone else have questions for Controller McCabe at this time? All right, hearing none, thank you, Controller McCabe. We will proceed on to our last report for the day from the Division of Economic Development. We do have Mr. Horace, Ms. Young, also Mr. Lennon, and looks like Mr. Perry. So you all can make your way up to the presenters table. Thank you, Controller McCabe.
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance and Research Development Committee, I emailed out the report from the Division of Economic Development. One of the reports is marked confidential. So these reports being part of this discussion, I would recommend that both Resource and Development Committee and Budget Finance Committee enter into executive session regarding this report.
Mr. Taki, members of the 25th Nominations Council, this is a report from the Division of Economic Development. The recommendation is to go into executive session for this portion of the report. Members of the 25th Nominations Council, would you all like to cover as much as you can publicly, and then at the portions that they recommend executive session, we can go into executive session? I hear one person from the side, commission turns on. Why don't we do going to? I will turn it back over to the division.
It has to be for litigation or personnel matters.
Ms. Kristen Lowell, if you remind us, at what times the council will go into executive session, personnel matters and litigation, and are there any other matters? Council can go into executive session whenever there's a sensitive matter that needs to be discussed privately. And you can't go into executive session if you don't have a quorum, but because it's a leadership meeting, you can just go off the record without a vote, Chair. All right, thank you, Ms. Lowell. I know that this meeting is being streamed on the internet right now, so there is advice to enter into informal discussion at some point, but members of the council, would anyone like to say their opinions at this time? My recommendation is that the Division of Economic Development present as much information as they can until they recommend to the council that they can no longer proceed. They're trying to express markets.
I mean, it's a public audit.
Okay.
For the record, this is a audit matter, so, as Chair Crowder had mentioned, that this is also on the nomination website as well, so. I will, hand the floor over to, welcome back, Chair Hayes. We'll go back to, Division of Economic Development.
Good afternoon, by Kennington, we're here as a Division of Economic Development. We have two reports. The first part is PIDF, and the second part will be SSBCI. So I have my whole presentation team here. The first part, this is on the BIDF fund, and it's something that was created in 1988. It's created with $25 million from the coal tax revenue. Been crucial to some of the enterprises you guys are talking about, like BDC. And I know that BIDF was crucial to creating some of those. But in 2009, there was audit findings. This is all past items, you know. Also, there was in June of 2016, there was additional audit findings. And then at the request of our CFO here, there was also a 24 audit on the BIDF funds. And, you know, again, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Horst, our CFO, to talk about just really the cliche, you know, there's a lot of loan that problem from the past. And he's got the numbers of a lot of loans and, but the real issue here is corrective action. He mentioned, my predecessor, through the shoe, which is, what Emerson has done is really, this is one of his famous assignments. He's working closely with DOJ, he's working closely with OC and the Auditor General. So they have put together a corrective actions plan. And this is something that it's a significant amount in time. This is the IDM has really been crucial. It's really a financing tool, and it's also an investment tool that you know what the recommendation was to really have separation of responsibilities, to have a lot better controls, increase administrative responsibility on this. Make sure that there's really strong lending policies and procedures, and that there's not only strong, but then that there's compliance with it. Those are where the issues were. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Horst to go in depth. And what he did is he sent out a report on this to you, to both committees. So I'm going to turn the time, if it's okay, Madam Chair, to Mr. Horst.
Good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Navigation Council members. Thank you again for inviting us here to present to you, and it's always such an honor to be here to be in this role, in this position, and to be here in this front podium presenting to you. And thank you for the invite, Ms. Parrish and Lee Parrish. Thank you for their prayer this morning. Been here all day, and that's bear with me because I had my root canal at 7:30 this morning. So I'm a little, I can still do this today and present regarding the Business Industrial Development Fund. As Mr. Swan has stated, the DIDF was identified with 3 findings back in 2009. In 2016, Red W did a special review to check the compliance of the corrective action plan for the BIDF. A small portion were completed then. And then in 23, I joined as the CFO for Mr. Skolanis. And the way I like to describe the program is kind of like a banana. Unpeeling a banana. You really don't see everything until you've been there for a little while, and then you start to see what's going on within the state. And so in 2024, whistleblower came to me and told me some information of one of the staff of the BIDF, and as a result, Ms. Helen Brown initiated a special investigation of the former collection officer of the BIDF program, and that was our third of the BIDF program. Based on all that information, the plan for this year, 2025, as you referenced the BIDF CAP report memo, I did send three reports to you on February 27th, 2025, and in preparation for the 28th BFC presentation. That was delayed till today. And so I sent it again to this morning. I met with Mr. Kate and gave them the 3 reports. The BIDF CAP memo. The second one is the BIDF CAP correction action plan for CAP. And the third one is the special review, the investigation report Collection officer of the BIDF program. That was completed by Brown and her staff in 2024. So the objective of the grand opening and reopening the Business Industrial Development Fund is stated in the BIDF cap report memo. And the goal is to, is really three things. One is to implement a cloud-based loan origination software so that all of the loan originations are done by a link. I could text a link to a client, or the link can be provided to the Regional Business Development Office. Yes. No, I didn't. I sent that on the 27th. Yeah, and then I sent it, I met with Rodney this morning. He said, "Can send it to me again." So I sent it to him. He sends an email out to everybody. Okay. Yeah, so there should be three reports. One is the memorandum that's going to talk about the grand opening. And then the second one is going to be the corrective action plan. And then the third one is the special investigation, election officer of the idea. Okay, so the goal is to address the three findings. And I'll just go ahead and state those findings so that we're clear on what's wrong. Finding number one, poor controls have weakened BIDF investments. Finding two, non-compliance with established lending policies and procedures. Finding three, BIDF loans are poorly administered. So the description I had, the analogy was I'm peeling a banana. All this over the past 2 years, I've identified the different issues that we're faced with about the BIDF program. And what is the solution to reopening the program? And that centers on one, automating the accounting system to cloud-based technology so that all of the folders are properly stored in the cloud. It can be done by sending a link to a client via text, via email, or going to one of the regional business development offices. The other part to the cloud-based technology is that I'll be able to do credit analysis based upon a client's bank statements, their tax returns, or the financial report, and then I'll also be able to pull the credit and do a risk assessment so that we have strong underwriting to ensure that these clients will be able to pay back the loans. So that's an important part. And one of the advantages to the cloud-based technology is that currently we have all these folders stored in the closet, and we have to go through each of the folders to find information, and it's just a tedious task. So putting everything on the cloud, we'll be able to have all of our files organized and be ready for any type of audit for that purpose. And of course, the loan origination will be very, very efficient. The other part is the other part is the policy and procedures. So the policy and procedures cannot be changed until we have the software purchased and procured, and that's in place. And then a major weakness that I found was the accounting, the collections, the origination was all done within the DED administration. And hence the auditors found, based on that special investigation on former collection officer, they found that the collections were not followed. There was a serious operational oversight, and so all of the internal controls were not in place, and as a result, we have the BIDF program in its current state. So I want to commend, former President Ben Shelley. And, also on this resolution, Speaker Bates, Lorenzo Bates, because they signed into law in Cap 2912, the management plan. And in that plan, it segregates the duties of LOC and the Division of Economic Development. And so that is the model that we're establishing the BIDF program going forward. So, working with the DOJ, OOC, Rob Willie, and Sean McCabe, we have established a form, an agreement, model that Mr. Solanas, Mr. Sean McCabe, and the president will sign, defining who's going to do what in the BIDF program. So no longer is the ASO and the collection officer and the former CFO doing all of the accounting, the reporting, the collection, the servicing of the loans. It's going to be segregated so that there's strong internal controls in place. OOC is going to be responsible for all accounting. And so that agreement will define that responsibility. And then the Division of Economic Development will be responsible for loan origination only. And then we'll create a loan officer position. So those two components, the agreement between OOC and DED, the cloud-based technology loan origination software, once those are in place, the policy and procedures will be revised to reflect the new process. And then we go before Ms. Honorable Brenda Jesus committee for approval. And then after that, we can open the program for business. We also have a strong balance sheet at 9/30/23 KPMG audit reported 45 million. And then let's see here. As far as the number of loans that have to be written off, that's a total of 89 loans, both from the small business loans and micro loans, totaling 2.6 million. So in the agreement, credit service will begin to service and do the collection of the loans independent of the Division of Economic Development. So that's a strong, important internal control that's necessary. In the past, as we learned, it found that wasn't being done successfully. So credit services verbally has agreed to service the loans and do all collections on the loans. And in this case, they'll prepare the loans for write-off and do the reconciliation based on information that that will provide them. And let's see here. And that concludes my presentation about the BIDF program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris, members of the Smith Navigation Council. Does anyone have any questions? I think what Chair Jesus was requesting were the documents given to the Research and Development Committee. And I was emailed out by Mr. Poppy to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Research and Development Committee at 11 o'clock. So if you want to check the emails, there's copies of that as well. But members of the 25th Navigation Council, does anyone have questions to the input in the report from the Division of Economic Development on the BEIS?
Appreciate it. Thank you. So, my questions are, does there need to be any legislative amendments? Do policies need to be changed and go before your oversight? And, if you're going to write off the $2.6 billion, where is that funding coming from? I expect it comes from the division, since it was your oversight in terms of creating these loans that were not feasible. Or is that to be considered a liability to the nation? And if controller just wants to concur, I'm not sure if we're gonna add this to credit services, if there's gonna be a need to expand personnel, and what does that look like? It's not gonna be general funded. So those are questions we're gonna need, like for the budget, and amendments. How do you manage this and get out of sanction? That's a management decision, and so, my assumption is I need to hear the whatever legislative sort of correct and the funding part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Back to,
All right, thank you, Honorable Carter. So as far as legislation, there won't be changes as far as legislation. All of the legal documents are in place that will, support the program to open. As far as policy change, the policy will be revised to reflect the new, loan origination software and also the agreement between OOC and DED. Who's responsible for the accounting and reporting, and who's responsible for loan origination. As far as the write-off, that is just from the balance that was loaned out, and that would be the loss. And talking to Rob, that's probably already written off because these loans were being done collectible over the years, so it's just kind of piled up, so to speak. And so as far as getting out of the sanction, when I reported to RDC last month or so, RDC and also Auditor General Helen Brown, we talked about this, and that since there hasn't been any loan activity, the goal is to reopen the program in September of 2025, and then originate some loans for a 6-month period. And then we can request from Auditor General to come back and check our corrective action plans, that we corrected the 3 findings, and then the sanctions can be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr, for your responses to the questions about the questions that were put for about legislative changes. So that encompasses the answer. We'll go to Chairwoman for the news. I also want to mention that the Budget and Finance Committee has scheduled days in the month of April where we will hold hearings to discuss the programs that are sanctioned on the application. And we're working with the Auditor General's office to do it, but thank you. Chairman, please.
Division of Economic Development. Thank you for coming before Budget, Finance, and Resources Development Committee. One question that I have is, and this would be to Anderson, who is your team that you currently have on board trying to address this corrective action plan? Number 2, I know that when you came before the Resources Development Committee, you had stated a timeline. And I know that the process for a corrective action plan, especially if you're in sanction statuses, that you have to be carrying out these activities from a 6 months to maybe even longer time period to illustrate to the Auditor General's office that you are fulfilling the deficiencies that were primarily noted based off of the first audit. So this is going to be very interesting in regards to how this one is going to be set up, because again, you mentioned other components to this corrective action plan. And I know that Office of the Controllers, Office and Credit Services are going to be involved with that process. For the materials that were provided, I don't see in terms of status where it says in progress. I mean, I don't see no timelines to them as well, because when you're developing a corrective action plan, you have to indicate who is responsible in carrying out this certain activity, because we have to remember the segregation of authorities is key. And that's all because of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, because of corrupted, corporate governance issues like this. And so we're trying to integrate that segregation of authorities and who's responsible for that. It doesn't specifically indicate here, but it just says in progress. And then not only that, but what is the task or what was the finding, but how are you gonna correct this and what is the timeline? So that we know that, DED and the team that is put together to address this corrective action plan is really been implemented. And that this proposed timeline is going to be met. Right now, it's like, we're still all over the place. There's still, a lot of unclarity right now. The reason why I say that is I've been a part of addressing 2 big corrective action plans, and it takes a whole team. It does not take one individual. It takes a whole team, whoever's all going to be involved. So again, I just think that we need to go back and try to address the areas that was outlined by the Auditor General's office and taking those pieces and how we're going to integrate that. Because right now, I know the biggest issue here was the concern of the write-off. Is it going to be a write-off? And that's what Chair Crotty had just asked. How is that, how are we looking into that in terms of both? Because if you could remember that this BIDF was supposed to have been a revolving loan fund. And how are we holding those individuals accountable that never repaid back an obligation? It's just pretty much money that was handed to them. And that's where I said, what about credit agency? Are we going to start incorporating that with this new corrective action plan? In circumstances where going forward into the future, we have people that default on their loan and they just go missing and never to be in contact again. So these are the areas that I really think that I still feel like it's still not certain. Even your corrective action plan, it just says positive 30%, but I think there is still the ways that that needs to be, quite a few tasks that needs to be accomplished, and I'm glad that we're having a discussion here today, so I just wanted to ask that, so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, if you share with the experience, I would sit down and share that Nazi. Let's go back to presenters and we'll go to the other channel. So Chair Nazi, please. I can't see her. Okay, so my question is, in the bigger report, it does say investigative authority, the Office of the Auditor General, Title 2, Chapter 1, Section 4, making the investigations into fraud, abuse, or misappropriation of assets of the nations. If the Auditor General finds there is sufficient evidence to indicate that a material violation of a matter within the office jurisdiction may have occurred, the Office of the Auditor General will issue a report and provide a copy to the appropriate authority. So my question is, did this case ever go before white collar crime? And was anything else that happened after that in terms of is also dead at first. Thank you. Okay, thank you. For clarification, Chair, not just use the no response as far as will go, and then if it goes, if others have further questions about that, that may require a different set of regulars to be goes to questions on personnel or litigation. Otherwise, I just want to remind everyone that we do have a upcoming hearing with distinction programs. So we'll go back to our presenters, and then I apologize to my colleagues. I needed to take a picture of the board up there, and you guys can see who is next to you. So I do apologize to my colleagues. So 1 minute ago, we're Division of Economic Development.
Oh, thank you. you, Madam Chair, Parrish. And just for clarification, there is a team includes, Chris Beecher, Candace Flynn, Sean McKay, Rob Wood, Tony Scalamas, and Captain Brzezowski. So there is a team in place to guide me through. That's a major part of the internal controls. We'll be able to report to credit agencies, delinquent loans, and really bring people to justice if they don't comply with payback of these loans. And really the long-term goal is to create a revolving fund. And based on all this evidence that I've seen, we haven't done that. I mean, this is a totally managed since 2009, year after year after year, nothing has been done. So it's a bad example. And so the goal is to strengthen the internal controls with software and then also the people accountable. As far as the formal collection, so that the products, so that's all that's on the books. Thank you. Excuse me, yes, and one. Yes, as far as the timeline, the correction active plan, so that was changed because as I was describing this, it's like a banana and peeling and seeing what has taken place and seeing what was going on. We would never know the formal collection officer unless somebody pulled it aside and share away and what's the whistleblower. That told me exactly what was going on. I would have never known that. So just my prayer was answered, and that was something that told me. So all of this to say that collective action plan, it's all listed as a clearly because it was based upon the provider service officers. 2016 special review. So it was changed.
I just want to remind the Division of Economic Development that we cannot discuss new personnel matters. I just want to protect the integrity of, I don't know what proceedings are taking place. I don't know.
Okay, so
And today it just reports to the nomination council. And your steps forward for the report here. I won't say that steps forward for the station because that goes back to the auditor general. And that's why the budget and finance committee had a planned hearing so that we can go into those discussions. Thank you.
thank you, so just for reference and clarification, there's a memorandum that basically has all the steps of the grant. So that timelines and we'll be able to follow that. So all of those that have to be put into place for the grant, provide the policy and procedures, purchasing accounting software, loan origination software, and policy and procedures, as well as the agreement between the OC and DEP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horace. We will go on to back to our chief here. We do have so I did ask if there's no amendments. I think in terms of how long this has been an outstanding audit issue, and we're not hearing clear timelines and how this is going to be addressed. Chair Parrish and Chair Jesus, I'm going to make a recommendation that we ask the Office of the Controller to by what would be a reasonable path forward to first secure funding, because $2.6 billion, that's not just a write-off, that's general funds, navigation funds, and people's money is written off, so I'm just concerned with kind of this, like nonchalant how, and I see the list, I think it was in the paper, I think there's like elected officials who are on the list, people who are holding positions of power and authority, but they owe the navigation, and now, and then it was written off, so somebody had to pay for that. This helped me understand the path forward. We do have I'm not the biggest fan of navigation CDFI, but we do have a CDFI. And so I also just need to understand the source of the funding for this loan. And now looking at, I think this audit, it's been, did we say 20 years? It's either 20, more than 10 years of audit performance. I haven't heard why the council or the committees should be rest assured that this is the best space to have these loans, the function of the EV, how they function, and then how they distribute. And now seeing this other confidential, Auditor General's audit from last year on another department that deals with collections, that there has to be, someone has to be held accountable, so that it's not just a write-off and put under the rug. So I'd like to know if there's any of our section 17 enterprises or another entity that can be, because, in past office of the controller also had issues at credit services. I hope that's remedied, I think that's remedied, or if that's ongoing. So I'm not sure too at this time if the public has any confidence in the Navajo Nation government to provide any type of financial loan to individuals, because we're finding, they're related to someone in power. There's been some collusion, there's been some promises, and what I'm getting feedback from our Navajo people is should the Navajo Nation be in providing these loans or an outside entity that would look at if they could pay back the loans. And there's a lot of great financial programs like microloans or individuals that can help these entrepreneurs maximize their ability to pay back. But to write off $2.6 million, I just need some guidance on the path forward. That doesn't have to happen today, but I'd like to have it within the next month, because then we need to determine if we're going to fund this portion of DE or recommendation for it to be, that funding be moved in another location, and we monitor and just see if that's the best place, or that, Navajo Nation should just not be in the business of giving out loans, which is ironic because we're going to just hear another report on the small business initiative. And I would say every day I get a text from someone about suspicious activities. And I just first don't want to be held liable. This can't come back into audit issues. They're not following proper procedures. And it's also building up the confidence of the people that they're funding, that we're monitoring, that we're being sharing responsibility, and that we're not here sitting in these positions for personal gain. If you could provide that guidance, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to also go back to the presentation. We did receive this under the RDC. One of the things that I was hoping to hear was a little more details as to how the changes as far as the lending policy was going to occur. So to me, when you say there's no legislative amendments that need to occur, I disagree with that. Because that's one of your findings. So you really need to focus on finding number 2. And revisit that. I would want to put that back on RDC's radar as well. So if I could make that recommendation to our Madam Chair, Brenda Jesus, to look at why that policy failed and also what improvements can be made. In addition to that, we're hearing about the enforcement portion again. And so that would also be another legislative remedy that I would want to see presented to the oversight committee. And this would probably require discussion with Office of the Controller as well as Department of Justice. And I would think that those amendments would be presented prior to doing a trial run period. And you did state that your committee consists of Mr. Beecher, Ms. Lynn, Mr. Willie, Mr. Zalski, and Mr. Schlavanis. So you have 3 attorneys. Where are the recommendations? So we really need to be accountable, and we need to see where our laws are failing. We also need to strengthen our policies so that these types of mishaps with our fiscal management does not occur. The other part that I wanted to hear more about was the famous word of the cloud. And I don't know, I'm just gonna be a little humorous right now because it's after 5 here. But Homer Simpson, when he doesn't know anything or he doesn't have an answer, he says it's in the cloud. That's the joke. So to me, we should not be using the cloud. I want to hear the name of the specific software that you will be using and implementing. And then also, what is the cost for the software? Who will be administering it? Who will have access to it? So these are the specific details that should be shared with council. And so that's what I'm going to request today, is that when giving a report, I would just like to see a little bit more detail in that area. I'm also in agreement with possibly moving it from the Division of Economic Development. And I was thinking the best house for it would be credit services, but now Shanella brought up credit services and I'm like, wow, do we have any department in the Napa Nation that is actually doing its job when it comes to our funds? And that's, you know, a little disappointing to hear that, but I think that, you know, I appreciate your earnest attempt to try to get this program back in operation. For myself, I am really behind also the enforcement part of the white collar crimes. That has to happen. When you do that, when you impose these criminal penalties, people are less likely to continue to do those types of practices, unethical practices. And I think that unfortunately, Napa Nation has not set a precedence in doing some of that enforcement. For many, many years, people have just walked away with millions of dollars. And it's still happening today. So for myself as a delegate, that's one thing I will stand behind, is that prosecution at a federal level, at a local district court level, you know, I think that needs to happen. And that's the only way to teach our people that, you know, there has to be some sort of transparency and accountability. So we heard about the timeline And I'm glad, Shamila brought that up as well. So I'm thankful for the presentation here today. And I think that, you know, it's gonna come down to where budget and finance as well as the oversight committee are going to determine if this program is even beneficial to the whole, not just to a select group of individuals that may be, you know, friends and patrons of certain leaders or certain employees, but it just needs to be equitable. And it also needs to be sustainable. And so we're hearing that this repayment was not occurring. So it was almost like a lending program that just went awry. And that's very, very sad to hear. So those are just some of the comments that I wanted to make. In addition to that, I mean, I'm gonna say, and I probably shouldn't say this, but now I have some hesitancy. I proposed a legislation, met with your staff in good faith. And yesterday, nobody from the Division of Economic Development showed up for the BRD fund management legislation. I sat there and thankfully, I was saying it's because of Shana, Honorable Rick Nez. He had a really good prayer and he said some good words. And I appreciate that because, you know, whatever prayer that was stated, it resonated within the committee. And they passed that legislation. Although I had no representation from the Division of Economic Development. So if you want money, you need to stand there and you need to represent. You need to show that you mean it, that you're there to work for the people, because otherwise you're just wasting our time. And so I'm just gonna make this announcement. I'm gonna be coming before Budget and Finance Committee on April 1st. Although it's April 1st, don't make a fool out of me and stand me up again and let me sit there to pass a legislation that's gonna benefit your departments. So I'll close with that and thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Past 5 o'clock. It is true that we need to work together. We need to show up for one another. So give the opportunity back to the Division of Economic Development to respond, because we as legislators want to make sure that the laws that we pass, the laws that we are advocating for the sake of the navigations dollars are being being transparent, but also we have that capability. So it's part of these discussions. So go back to Division of Economic Development.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sean. Can you hear me? You want to go on?
Thank you, Sean, Paul, for your comments, and yes, we hear you. And we want to make sure we establish a strong commercial energy program in the Division of Economic Development. We have many businesses that need help. Based on the ARPA K 211516 Economic and Artisan Economic Relief Program, we had a total of nearly 6,500 small businesses obtaining relief over 3 programs, from the CARES, from Baker Tilly, and then recently HM Spencer. based on all the data that we received, we had nearly 6,500 applications. And we funded and provided assistance. And as we'll learn also in the SSBCI presentation, we do have 8 loans currently in the pipeline going through the program. So yeah, there is a big need for financing. It's probably small business lending to navigable entrepreneurs. Decades, as long as I've been here, nothing has changed. And so we need to really have strong internal controls in place to be able to provide commercial and do it at strong internal controls and with good legislation. Yes, that is exactly correct. On the club. And our apologies that we were there yesterday at the RDC meeting. No representative was there. And then also I want to note that we are forming a team within the Business Industrial Development Fund to administer the program, which will include an accountant and an auditor as well, and also a loan origination officer. So that is also in play, and that is a process that takes a while as you selection and so forth. So yes, that is a part of the team there within the division. Thank you.
Economic development for starting to college in 2025. So I don't see anyone in queue, but I don't know if our chair was going to cards question. All right. Section, and then Doug, Sean, and Claude, your question is answered. All right, and then Doug, Shirley, Howard. And Sherry Six. Sherry Six.
Positive contracting, this BIDF function. And this is my second time serving as division director, so I've seen some of the good, the bad, and the ugly. I really appreciate the discussion, and so in this one, what we have before you is both. And again, we have a team here. We did hand out a cover memo. Well, this should be all in your hands, and also the PowerPoint. And our team lead here is John. But this is again, this is a back history. This is something that President Obama started. If you look at the PowerPoint, with nearly $5 billion into a program called BFC-RDC. So it's part of the Small Business Jobs Act. President Biden opened it to the tribes. Administration team, they really had the foresight with the RDC to apply for this. Did get the grant for $88.7 million. This is really to drive our economy, and several other tribes in the country were able to get this grant, and a lot of the states got it. So it's really been there's multiple ways that the program is being used. Again, I have my team up here, CFO, also the team lead, and one of my support services manager. To kind of go through the particulars, exactly how it works, and then we'll also go through we have so they gave in a detail we have a 12-month plan, because we got to move these monies. The way it's split into 3 tranches, and we are big partner to this is a group called Change Labs. Alcohol, they're really the ones that they pull all the banks together. We actually are looking at first loan in the next month. Alcohol, that's gonna be a massive achievement for this program. But and they're our partner, and we already have provided them $7 million through this program. They're our partner in managing that. But let me turn this over to Elaine, and she can kind of break it down in terms of how the NSBCI program is gonna work, the benefits, and kind of the eligibility, some of the partners and the current status. I'm gonna turn it over to Elaine at this time.
Thank you, Chair, and then also, members of the Budget and Finance, and then also RDC that's here. I'm just gonna provide an overview of, based on the PowerPoint and where we're at and so forth. As you know, this has been passed through the legislation, and we've been moving forward to get, these, loans out the door. And the two parts of the loan of this, the NAPO SSBCI program, pretty much is has two areas, which is loan participation and loan guarantee. The technical assistance piece too, that there's a small business RDO will be achieving that in conjunction with contracting those professional services out in specific category for to help with the debt, financial debt these loans process, like we will hiring attorneys and then financial assistance in those specific areas. As mentioned, Mr. Escalante did mention that the Treasury, as of April 8th, the Treasury was signed and to move forward on some of these programs. As of April 22, 2024, we did receive one of the three tranche holdings, 26 million 187 940. As of July 8th of 2024, the first subrecipient was signed with another nation's partner Change Lab, totaling 21 million. The four participatory lenders agreements includes the credit union, Native American Capital, First Southwest Mission Driven Finance. And also currently we're also working with Native American Bank too as well. So the Division of Economic Development is working on the PLA with the Native American Bank, as I mentioned, and that's under the Lord who is eligible? Business with 53% ownership by the enrollment Lebanese citizens, nonprofit with a majority now the government levels. Non-level businesses that employ sufficient number of Navajo people here on the Navajo Nation. And Navajo businesses and nonprofits which up to about 500 employees, businesses or non-profit located on or off the reservation, located in New Mexico, Utah, Colorado. Seeking debt financing above 1 million. The SSBCI partners are on that information with, Division of Economic Development. And then also a regional business, development office as well as, the chancellor, have already, proposed, the lending program. And at this time, Change Lab has about at least, loan, individuals that they are already. So we're anticipating to be, in April, get one of the loans successful. So that's pretty much in general where we're at, and then we're moving forward. Some of these, and we hope to make an impact with some of these who are, a lot of these projects that we have going, meaning that these projects that we have going, we're utilizing a lot of the navigation funds, capital stacks and, for instance, like the permanent trust fund and the, citizen funds. And of course, these, owners, operators, do need lending from to finalize and open their doors, right? And that's an area where we're strategizing to even work on getting these loans out to those individuals, these owners, operators, get those loans to the world and publish with Change Lab. So that's where we're at, and there are a lot of strategizing going on, and then working with those potential owners. Through the projects that we have and the contracts that are going on, for these, to get these loans out the door. In the letter, it does go into detail on some of the areas that we did mention, the general background and current status, the benefits to the nation, and the creating and developing funds to sustain economic growth behind it beyond the 10 years. And as well as working on some of these challenges and solutions, and increasing some of our the workforce job and acquisition. And then also we are working on expanding and recruiting positions for the SSBCI and streamlining some of these bureaucracy processes by leveraging on things that is currently bypass lengthy 164 process, Native American Bank negotiations, DOJ attorneys, or ensuring terms to protect the navigation sovereignty of the banks and the software integrations, or provided Change Lab system for seamless loan tracking and reporting. These are some of the primary. A lot of these are already in the process of training requirements, like having a software, having a lot of these things that we need to be implemented. Also, key roles, key partners in the roles, effective team retreat. Thanks to the BFG and helping working on survival and then on Charlie K, and then also the leadership and the team here from small business, from support service, project development, and then also from our division. Timelines and next step, we're on track to meet the criteria, some of these milestones that we outlined. April 2025, first loan ranging from 100K to 400K will be distributed by Change Lab. Summer of 2025, complete hiring, finalized, and Native American Bank agreement launch. CRF training for members. Fall 2025, full software integration an office set up at the Carrigan office. And then, confidence in our path, forward, I'll go ahead and give it back to our executive director.
States and, tribes are deploying these funds using different strategies, you know, some are giving it out to even just providing one loan to one of the tribal enterprises. A lot of times, that's how they're doing it, just a couple of them. And so what we have, on Navajo, we have several thousand small businesses. So we want to make sure that this loan really helps. A lot of them, they're not eligible, they can't use their businesses as collateral. They can't use their land as collateral. And so, and then the guarantee programs, it's really hard to access. So a lot of them, this is kind of their best chance to ever to get a financing. So that's why we're really working closely with Change Labs, and you know, they're already they spent a lot of time on this. They were part of the application process years ago. What they're prepared for is to really deploy. We've already been working on a lot of pre-application and putting together all the whole process here of just how you do the analysis, working with the banks, and just how they manage the financing. You know, every business is vetted, everything is it has to be credit worthy. It's really these are strong loans, these are not just grants. I just want to make that clear. What they have is 8 loans that are moving forward via pipeline, and they'll be giving their first one in April, as Elaine talked about. But the other part of it is that we have a lot of businesses. You know, we have a lot of entrepreneurs on Navajo license on this issue. And a lot of them, this again is their only chance to actually get larger financing. A lot of them are major growth plans. We met with one from Chinle the other day that really wants to really grow their business, you know. And again, we have several enterprises also that have approached us. A lot of larger businesses and you know, everything from hotels to new restaurants and expansions, different types of fast food. So Elaine and her team, they've already been working on a pre-application to make sure that these businesses are lined up for when we get everything straightened out with the banks. Obviously, we're working through again, the 2 things is Change Labs is going to be the smaller ones. The way the groups are written is the Division of Economic Development with the banks, and this is not something where we're totally managing this inside. The banks are going to manage the financing and the collections, and the approval of the financing. The banks will provide a larger loans, anywhere from 1 million to 20 million. So we can actually get through this very fast, you know, and again, part of it is the other part of it is there's a 1-to-1 match in this program. Alcohol, that 87 million or 88 million, it's really what we're requiring as we work with these banks is that they bring in a 1-to-1 match. So that's something that's going to really make a difference also. So I just wanted to talk about that. We're working these through with Native American Bank. I also want to be very transparent. I know one of the things that we've also have talked about with Change Labs is why not have them deploy the first tranche, you know, the full tranche. And because they're over the way it's written is that over 10 years, they're going to get a 21 million of support of this program. And so those are some of the things that, because they're really got their program together already. So those are some of the conversations that we're having, but we really that concludes our presentation. And again, I have my team here to help us answer questions. I know it's late, but That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Shalana, and also Dion for your presentation on that. Yeah, Chair Hicks, that was a question, so we're going to share with you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parrish, and also colleagues that are still here, along with Division of Economic Development. Thank you for providing this report to Budget, Finance, and Resources Development Committee. I know that we requested for a report at RDC, but we've never really got an answer in terms of the internal DDS Navajo SBCI team. And there was also a request by the committee for an organizational chart added to Division of Economic Development, and then also indicating the roles and responsibilities of the new staff that were added, like the curate, an accountant, a program manager. To date, we have not received anything yet. Number two, last week, Navajo Nation Council had gotten an email. U.S. Treasury had reached out to Navajo Nation with two concerns. Any monies that is coming from U.S. Treasury to the Navajo Nation, the reports are not reported on time. That's one. Number two is that a certain types of forms were supposed to be submitted, but those forms are not being utilized by Navajo Nation when the reporting is reported back to U.S. Treasury. So with that, I know that DED, Elaine mentioned that you got the first tranche. So I'm just wondering if these reports are up to date from Division of Economic Development, and who is responsible for sending these reports to the Treasury? And then when is the next report due? Is it on a quarter basis or a monthly basis? We don't know that. The third question I have is, I know that DED had stated they secured a software program to administer and deploy Navajo SBCI. Again, just as Honorable Claude had stated earlier with your prior report, what is this software name, and also who has access to these softwares and whatnot? And again, is this something that is parallel with reporting to U.S. Treasury? Now, you mentioned change labs and the agreement. I know that several weeks ago, Resources Development Committee through Marvina Pete, I think is her name, from the Dane Chamber, they had stepped back away from the Navajo SBCI as a partner. I don't know what had happened there, but I do realize now that Change Lab is one of your big partners that play a big role in this. 2 weeks ago at Res Conference, we so happened to run into one of the Change Lab employees along with a business venture around the Tohatchi area, something about Manulito Marketplace or whatever. She wanted to know because she submitted her application to Change Labs twice and there was no response. So Change Labs, Jessica was there, and it was stated that there's still a big communication gap. So for Division of Economic Development to be saying that we have all our ducks in line, I really think that the report should be given to us in an honest, trustworthy position. Right now, as chair of RDC, I really don't fully accept this report because just as other delegates on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we are getting reports. And right now, with DED's deployment of this program, I know it's still struggling to really get off the ground. So, and you're talking about relationships with these banks. I know that several months ago, when this report was given to RDC, you were still in the talking stages with Native American Bank because apparently he solicited your RFP or RFQ for banks. But now today, Elaine just shared other banks. How do we know that these banks are committed? Is there any way he can show proof through some sort of agreement that might have been signed by DED or the now foundation president for this now SBCI program to say that they're going to be involved in vetting and whatever lending institutions do to give out these loans to people. Now, I know that the second and third tranche is at a situation where there might be a probability that we may not be able to get it because, and I believe you were there, Emerson, back in, north of Albuquerque, they had this big event, the Native NACO or the Native SBCI program. There was shared that the only way you're gonna get your second tranche or even your third is you have to spend 80% of the first tranche or the tranche that is currently in existence. What is the plan to bring on more financial entities? Because I know that a lot of these other native tribes in the United States, they're using their own native CDFI programs. Unfortunately, we've been trying to sit down with our own Navajo CDFI program and they've been non-responsive. What's the status of the SRA with Native American Bank? Are they really on board? And again, you know, we have to think about who's in charge with this DED team and making sure that the process is fully executed. And then the other big issue that I've been hearing from regional business development office staff is that they're being told that, okay, now you have to be part of accepting this application. And yet, do they even know the requirements of NACO SBCI loans? We're talking about micro, the bigger loans. How are we supposed to provide that technical assistance if they haven't been fully trained? And again, you know, this is an area that you're just throwing this responsibility onto staff that's never been on a part of these discussions from onset of this discussion with NACO SBCI. Now, Danae Chamber, there's been a replacement or discussion of replacement for them or how you're going to get another entity involved. But we really need to get a grip of this because right now, I really think that it's still at a starting point. Realistically, you can tell me everything from A to Z, but you're not producing the required documents to show cause to say that, okay, we met this milestone, we met this, none of that stuff. Even your marketing plan for NACO SBCI, you know, just like Chair Crotty had mentioned, and I want to share this, that I understand that whoever is leading this internally with DED enterprise is going to cough up the whole, $8 million, one or two enterprises. And I thought this is supposed to be a smaller loan concept. And now we have enterprises wanting to come and take them out for SBCI at $1 million. And what happens if they default on their repayment loan? So again, I really think that there needs to be more people involved. And I did ask Controller McCabe several months ago, what is your involvement with the NACO SBCI? I said, I really think maybe now we have to get the Office of the Controller involved, or do we now let another entity, as stated by my colleagues prior, to take over this NACO SBCI program? So, and I know that you recently let go of your program manager. And again, that's another, you know, big concern. You're still trying to get accounts on board, and I don't know, so technically the staff within this department is still lacking as well. So, and then the last thing is that you are aware that when I was involved in several Zoom meetings when you were all having a discussion and meetings with U.S. Treasury, that any and all changes need to be run by U.S. Treasury, and are these changes being run by them, because we don't want this to negatively impact the Navajo Nation allocation if we do not follow the rules that U.S. Treasury has laid out for this program. So I got all these concerns and, I've been just, nice about it for several months, but I think that now is the time that we should have already had everything laid out. And that should have been the report here today, but honestly, I think that we're still trying to piece the puzzle together. So I'm sorry to say, but, our constituents, that are business owners, or even small artisans really need these funds to, get their business off the ground or even more so do their expansion to have that competitive advantage with their competitors. And so I just wanted to add those, questions and comments. So, Chair Parrish would like to go ahead and yield time back over to you. Thank you, David.
Chairwoman, for excuse, and we have the controller on the call, before we get to results to the division of economic development. I wanted to provide the time for the controller to respond to the points made by Chairwoman excuse before we get into the specific to the division of economic development. So the floor is yours, Controller Sean, please.
Good afternoon again. Good evening, delegates. I apologize, I had to leave. I was late for another meeting with the people implementing our ERP system, so I'm on my way to meet them now. But I understand there's some questions regarding the reporting and SSBCI and banks. So I had some involvement with the setting up of the banks. We met with some legal people, including the SSBCI team at the Treasury. And the one part that I did participate in was there's a requirement that a separate bank account be set up for this SSBCI funding, which we did do through the Office of the Controller. So that's set up, and that's where the tranches of money are coming into. So that part of it, yes, the Office of Controller was involved and we helped set that up. As far as reporting, there's obviously there's reporting requirements. They're a little bit different than with our ARPA Treasury funding, but that's a part that I think will be part of the agreement between DED and OOC as far as the responsibility for reporting. And we'll certainly make sure that we comply with all the reporting requirements, as I know Treasury's starting to scrutinize a lot of different things with their different pots of money. But I hope I got those right and I got the questions answered, but stand to answer any other questions that I didn't answer.
The email that was sent regarding the timeliness of the reporting. So we just want to ensure that we understand the process of reporting to the federal government when it comes to funding. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on that process and your partnership with the Division of Economic Development at this point. And then you can turn over the time to the Division of Economic Development.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so again, the reporting requirements are a little different for SRF, and I know, the email that came out about recently about the FRF report, and now an email that came out today that Treasury is going to start scrutinizing the methods of obligation, which I'm confident we did that correct. And we'll stand ready to respond to any document quote requests that Treasury makes. But for the SSBCI program, I mean, I think that's something that I'm familiar with the reporting mechanism, having worked with a program like this before with a client before I got to Navajo. And I'll certainly work with DED and my team to make sure that we respond to the reporting requirements and make sure we're compliant. I think now in this day and age and in the administration we're under, we have to be a little bit more responsive and more timely with these reporting requirements, and that's something that OOC is committing to. So um, I think that's something again that we'll work out between DED and OOC and make sure that that happens, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, goal, it's, on the goal is for budget funds. Two parts here, and I think, one is that we all have reporting, and I know the team has a call several times a week with Treasury. They're really communicating, and anytime that there's any change that's even contemplated, they have a call with Treasury. There's a lot of ongoing conversations, but also Emerson from our division, she had posted this, reports, someone having time to go through it, and also talk about software. So,
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Yes, the reporting is different here, so that I think the email regarding FRF, that's separate from the SSPCI, two different reportings, and just a reminder that I was at contract accounting before I came here, and that was my responsibility to the FRF reporting on a quarterly basis. We've always met our timelines, our quarterly reports. As far as the Division of Economic Development, we have submitted 2 quarterly reports on time. At the end of March, there's an annual report that's due. At this point, the reports have 0 information to report because we have not originated any loan for clarifications. And Tony is correct. We meet with Treasury every 2 weeks on the clock. We communicate directly with Priya and Zachariah and multiple U.S. Treasury representatives. We have a prep call before the meeting every Thursday at 8:30 with DOJ and the team here. And we discuss any changes that we want to present to Treasury. So we meet with Treasury, we are prepared, we have an agenda. So yeah, it's a very, very tight space for us to make sure we have no errors in everything that we do at SSPCI. As far as the software, we're in the process of trying to find a software that has a reasonable price. We had initially wanted to go with the software that had a pretty good price tag on it, over 300,000. But OMB then required us to incorporate indirect costs, and then that took away the money that we had set aside. So now we're trying to piggyback on with software that's from Change Labs, and that looks like a promising endeavor there that we can utilize their software. But as far as the process that Honorable Brenda Jesus brought up, as far as starting at square one, that's kind of what we're right now as far as the process. But let me just note that the partner Change Labs is established with a subrecipient agreement that was signed on July 8th, and they were authorized to administer $21 million of the SSPCI program over a 10-year program. They now have secured Extended Credit Union, Native Community Capital, and First Southwest Bank, and Mission Driven Finance. And what we've learned on the numbers here is that the only requirement for them is to have Mr. Scalon sign the participatory lender agreement, and they're ready to lend. And so that is a direction that we want to go because of the fact that Change Labs has the model in place. They have the intake. If you, Ms. Fleming will text you a link, and you can apply directly from that link. And that's how the process has been established. So as far as the Division of Economic Development, we are working on all the participants bank, and complicated. The issue is the way of sovereignty. So it's taken us longer to put the lender agreement in place. The PLA has not even started at 164, and the president has not signed that. So that's the answer I have. Thank you.
Chair Gershon, the second part of the question was on the RD deals and how we're working with them, and relating also with the small business program. So and again, part of the challenge here too, Shananda, is that we hired a manager, and as Manager Seuss noted, we had to let them go, and again, really important reasons for this is where we did advertise for an accountant position and an auditor position. There's 3 positions under this program, and I know there's a whole bunch of applicants for those positions. There's six applicants for those positions. That's where we're at, but in the meantime, I asked Elaine to really step up. She wanted this. She goes, I want to take leadership of this. Work with these small businesses. I manage RPO, so I want to give her time, and she got it too. Giving her assignment. In working with our small business sector. There are already turn some time over to Elaine to help answer that question.
Thank you again, team, Solanas and then Horse, and then also, Chair. This is some of the questions that you have brought up. They're very, very, important questions to us. I do understand, some of the situations and some of the setbacks that has happened, trying to launch this, SSBCI. But I just want to, assure everyone that, that even though the staff might be going through the process and referring a lot of these potential businesses to through the SSBCI, to participate through the SSBCI, you got to understand that the software is the system that we utilize. It's just a referral type of a program. We already referred quite a bit of our small businesses to the Change Lab. I guess I would say that majority that the Change Lab is working with right now, it came from our regional business development office. And before this, loan program was set up, a lot of our staff are, some of our staff are very much knowledgeable in working with banks, especially the loan guarantee banks through SBA, BIA guarantee loan, and then also the USDA. So this is not really new to some of us. As you can see, one of the examples over there in Cameron, they did get a loan, a huge loan through the BIA, and we do get involved in these areas because of it's related to their development. It's on the location, and for those projects to happen, the lenders and then also the business owners do work with us directly. So we do. It is a lot of people work, and we have been part of the vetting system when it gets to these guarantee loans, especially with working with BIA. And so we are familiarity with this, and that we know a lot of our businesses, especially the ones that are working with projects, they need these bigger loans to finalize and finish their projects. The Cameron, again, the individual did get a 7 million BIA guarantee loan. So at the start, a lot of these weddings that they do, the lenders, it comes, we have to be involved, with these BIA guarantee loans. So we are familiar with that. And then also, you know, the Native American Bank, some of our lending, our large lending has been, in conjunction, our participation has been in conjunction with Native American Bank and some of these businesses. As you know, we have some successful businesses on the Navajo Nation. For their projects to actually get to be finalized and then to open those doors, we've been involved in somewhat in these areas, like, you know, Burger King, you know, Richard Mike, and then Church's Chicken too as well. So these loan participation, the RBDO is just right now we see it as a referral. And these areas for these technical assistance will be RFP'd out for those specific, those 4 areas. Okay, so we're working on that right now at this time. But I just want to assure you that, when we work with, these banks and work with these partners and so forth, and, also by the guidelines of Treasury, we want to make sure that we are on top of it. And that for that reason, I have taken that role and then also have, you know, meeting these timelines and then also addressing and tackling some of these setbacks. And again, I just want to share with you on the waiver. These waivers are done with these businesses already, like BIA. But they call it limited waivers and they call it transaction limited waivers. I'm not sure if our attorney do understand that. So I will make every attempt and, next week to, sit down with the attorney and exactly, you know, what areas has been set back. And then also, we're gonna be doing a direct source on this, the software and utilizing ChangeLab. So, I know that we are working with DOJ and sometimes it is sort of like an education for DOJ too as well. Thank you.
We'll go next to Delegate Sean and Club. Thank you, Mr. Scrolonis and Ms. Young. The questions that I have is in regards to the 5-year plan that you still need to have approved by the oversight. Are you cross-referencing that 5-year plan with who may be able and eligible to apply for the SSBCI? And I would like to see that cross-reference to be presented to the Resources and Development Committee. So based on that, I can think right off my head because I've seen that 5-year plan. We have a Church's Chicken. So right now, they started building in Chinle, and it's a small building, but it has stopped because they have exceeded their capital and they're waiting for the 5-year plan. What I have said is, do not hold your breath, literally, because we haven't received the 5-year plan. It has not been approved. So I know businesses like that, I don't know if they're being referred over to SSBCI, but those are the types of cross-referencing that I'm referring to. And once you have completed that, so that would go based on the agency. I know that a lot of these economic development specialists out there,
they're very familiar with the process. And so I think that if they took a look at the 5-year plan, they could eliminate some of those year 1, year 2, and push those right over to SSBCI. So that would be my recommendation, and if I could get that sent over to the RDC from each regional business development office, that would be very helpful. The second thing that I wanted to bring up is, I think that Ms. Young touched upon it just real quick, but we as RDC have been receiving reports from other departments where sensitive information like social security numbers, banking info, driver's license, they have been quote unquote compromised because there was no agreement in place for the software that was being used. And if you are doing a direct source, then I would just ensure that those that are going to be using that software are protected and that their confidential information is secure, and just to be really mindful of that. And so that's one of the things that I just also wanted to bring up. In addition to that, as I've worked with DED, I have seen just employees, only certain employees are working with all of the projects. And I have always said that some of our Navajo Nation employees are spread too thin, which does not make them effective or efficient. And so again, that's the case in this scenario here with SSBCI. Very sad to hear that the program manager has left and there's another turnover within the department. But I think that I want to hear how our partner here, Change Labs, is also promoting this program. I have heard 0 to nothing from Change Labs. I have not heard anything out in the community. A lot of our small businesses are waiting, but they have not heard anything. There's been no announcements. There's no presentations being made to the chapters. And so if they have received the first tranche, I would think that they would go out and really advocate and promote this program. So if you could reach out to your partner and just share with them that we are requesting for community education, that would be something that I would make a request to our division to complete. In addition to that, I think not only are we liable to work with our current small businesses, but I think that Navajo Nation has a responsibility to help those that failed during COVID. I have said many, many times that 4 or 5 years ago, the priority 1, priority 2 listings were pretty lengthy. There were several pages. And now when you look at that with Navajo Nation, it is very, very a thin booklet that's handed out. And so I've heard from several businesses that have gone under, they weren't able to do their work on Navajo because number 1, we had a curfew. They had to close their doors and meet the public health orders. They never regained their economic stability. And then when they came back to operation, they were forced to pay taxes. They were forced to pay fees without doing any business. I have requested for the Division of Economic Development to possibly entertain a waiver of those taxes, but I never received any word from the division. I'm going on 3 years now on repeat here. My record is broken, but I'm gonna continue to say this. Because the whole point of economic development is to perpetuate and promote small businesses. And I agree, this SSBCI should not be geared towards bigger businesses, because when COVID hit, they had the payroll protection program. They had several grants that were given to them. So I think that in order to really move this program along, let's look at the opportunities and possibilities. Another recommendation I have is that our BDO, you need to start banging your pots and pans and going into the bushes and meeting with these little vendors at the flea market, or even sitting with the people that are selling burritos by the road and saying, hey, here is a good program, and let me tell you a little bit about it. But most times when I stop by the division, everybody's out on travel. I don't know where everybody goes, but we need to be very efficient with our time management. And your focus should be to our small grassroots vendors. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude with that. Thank you. Thank you, Senate Delegate Shaw and Bob, for your recommendations this evening. I'll do a full record. Division of Economic Development to respond to some members of the 25th allocation council. Thank you.
Couple of things here, again, there's a program and, know that there's also a thing that you give an assignment to the person that gets it done and is really, known for that. I think in this case, Elaine really wanted to step up and take leadership, and again, this is just temporary. And we are, interviewing and filling staff very soon, so I want to make sure, RDC and, the finance committee that we are, definitely, aware, and I'm hyped about that. That's why we're working as a team. And again, also Mr. Perry is here. I want Elaine to respond, and again, we were prepared to present the 5-year plan to you guys. We have been working on it. We actually have we hired a consultant to help us do all the respond to a lot of the requests and that you gave us. We thought that we were going to be presenting that today, but we need a whole day just to present that. But I want Elaine to, well, it's really that detail. You guys are going to want to get into it.
It's going to be election day before we see it.
Oh, it's ready to show up. But I want Elaine to do that. I want Elaine to ask to respond, or Mr. Perry. No, Elaine, I want Elaine to respond to the question about the cross referencing of the 5-year plan. Which businesses are just how we're doing that. So I'm gonna turn that respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. We'll get into the discussion about the cross-referencing, but I just want everyone to know that the 5-year plan, I don't know which funding source it's regarding, but in our committee, we're valuing the current investment access and income. I know there's a difference in the funding, but maybe that could be a further discussion between the RDC and also the budget and finance committee at a later time, so that we're all prepared to talk about that. So, Christian?
Thank you, Chair, and then also, Delegate Frost, to answer your question in regards to the church of Chicken. We are working with them at this point, and they did apply. They're going through the process. Change Lab has, reviewed their documents. And that, that is one of them that might be getting a loan, but on the other hand, they really need more than, $1 million. So when we look at all the projects that they're doing, and, yes, they did approach us and we met with them. Possibly we can work with them on the $1 million plus. So, we are aware of that, but, going back to the 5-year plan, the 5-year plan, we went ahead and went through it, and then also you have to tie in a possibility of, these projects, that I guess we should say is, our strategy and what is our plan that we, utilize the first tranche of the money. And now what we have right now is our 5-year plan and then projects. And this doesn't only, pertain to the Division of Economic Development projects. This could be applied across the board throughout, the other projects like community development. They have a lot of projects too. It's just a matter of, getting the word out there. Delegate Claude, yes, you are right. We are needing to market that. And, we do have a marketing plan. And then also too is that we have, several training and several, presentation lined up through, during the summit. And, with community development, economic development and other programs, they have a lot of projects. And, when we looked at this, not only the owner operator, as providing them loans, we're looking at contractors. For instance, the individual that's going to be, actually the contractor that has been awarded, that's going to be needing this short-term loan to make sure that, they finish and then also, have all of the resource, the funding, the finance to, fulfill this contract. And so there's actually, you're looking at two pieces of that. Is the contractor that is for that project, and then also the long term. So in that essence, we did somewhat discuss this with Treasury, and the short term, the loan repayment is made basically with the contractors. These contractors, we have community development, that bid out these projects to these contractors. We need to also work with them and also market that we have these for these contractors, that where they can get a loan through the SSPCI. That would be a repayment that we have projected with this two years or 3 years. Now, the long term might be the owner operator, 15 repayment, loan, or 20 years or whatever. So we got both of them that we have projected and we have outlined. And that's an area that we're probably gonna look at is the strategy. And we talked about, strategy. You gotta have a strategy going in when you say that you are gonna borrow this amount of money. Who are your market and who are your target, and how are these repayments on, and how long and lengthy of these payments will be done. So that's the strategy that we're working on. So one piece is with the 5-year plan that project development has. And across the board, we'd be working with other programs, departments that have these huge projects. Even hospitals are being built. We got all these contractors. And we see that these repayments, that these first tranche, we really need to gear up and have a strategy in place on how that can be deployed, as well as tranche, going into the second tranche. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll add to this response. In terms of our partner Change Labs, I know they're trying to get on the line on the call, but you recall we worked with patient for on the deployment of the hardship dollars. So that the next actually that go get out to the flea markets. Let's find the sheepers. Let's find the weavers. Let's find the Atsigida. We're able to do that. And again, we reach people that just would never ever get this kind of help before. And so that's really something that I hear you. Get out into the communities. We'll definitely communicate that. In terms of the high costs and the businesses that went up, I will talk with the tax commission. A lot of this is a responsibility that they oversee. We'll have that conversation, Elaine and I and the team here, to look at what kind of legislation we can put together with them. Because you are right, and again, we've looked at this, that it's costs more to start a business on Navajo. There is a higher cost of starting business. Your insurance rates are higher, your utility rates are higher, your rental rates are sometimes lower, but there's a lot of other costs that go with that. So that's why we'll definitely consider that on top. And again, what's the question? In terms of yes, I think Elaine answered the question about our RVDOs and really the need to focus on this. I think we are getting the technical assistance grant that's going to help the RVDOs. We are getting dollars also to help through the technical assistance to the business owners. So a lot of them, they need accounting. I think 80% of businesses need help with their accounting so they can get their applications and get their business applications in, and then a lot of them need legal help. So again, those are pieces that we're definitely going to be contracting out through a grant from Treasury under this. So I hope we've answered all your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scrillanes, and also Mr. Horace and the Division of Economic Development for responding to questions by my colleagues regarding the SSBCI on the nomination. The Research and Development Committee, and I am sure that we'll continue to monitor the status and the implementation of the SSBCI. And also we can work through the challenges that the SSBCI may be facing in regards to accountability to the United States Treasury. That's where we partner with the Research and Development Committee on that. So I know that there's some challenges that actually need a little bit more time to develop, and we'll hash through that. But I feel that today that we have begun to chip at the iceberg. So Chair Jesus, there's another time that the Budget and Finance Committee can meet with the Research and Development Committee to follow up on these key items. I think it's really interesting about the points that you brought up about the banking. And maybe we can have a follow-up discussion with those implementations that the team here has indicated. When those are finalized, I think it would be good for our committees to sit down once more and talk about how our oversight committee will continue to work with the Division of Economic Development and the Office of the Controller to ensure that we have that accountability to the Treasury. Because this is a huge chunk of money, but a great opportunity for nomination businesses. So thank you to the Resource and Development Committee for your time, questions, thought, and energy towards these discussions today. Chair Jesus, you're not seeing anyone else on the board this evening. If you are okay, I'd like to ask if we could conclude today's meeting. I know we can have follow-up discussions. My recommendation is that we follow up in the month of May, if that's okay. And then we'll work with our committee schedules, but I hope that we can continue our collaboration. Potentially we could meet every other month to follow up on these issues, but members of the 25th Nomination Council, there's no objections. We can conclude today's meeting. I know we covered a substantial amount of topics that we are all passionate about in improving the lives of the Navajo people and Navajo Nation. So again, I just want to say thank you all for your time and dedication. This is going to be in the evening as we are still here, and the council chambers recommendation. Chair Hicks, would you like to offer some closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parrish. I just want to thank my colleagues that are still here from the Resources and Development Committee. I know that we have a big task ahead of us, and I always, appreciate you all's input and recommendation. The more minds we put together and brainstorming, usually a better plan comes out of it. And again, I appreciate also Budget and Finance Committee for Chair Parrish's leadership along with members of the committee to bring this leadership meeting here out today to discuss some really big issues that are facing Navajo Nation. And again, it all comes back down to the fiduciary side of resources and also trying to have a better blueprint of development here on Navajo Nation when we talk about sustainability. And to our staff that are still here, I really appreciate it, DEP and everyone else that are still here in the gallery. Oftentimes there's always that lesson learned that we learn from the failures that we've had in the workplace, and from there we move forward and try to implement, certain structures so that we don't have a repeat of these certain practices. Oftentimes, management would be like, what is the best practice, to get things, projects completed or getting rollout of certain projects that are being proposed. And again, I really think that this dialogue needs to continue. I know that we're all busy as accountability, and you as management staff, we look to you as the experts and having the expertise and bringing those to council. And that's the reason why my colleagues, most of the day, not just with DED, but the other entities and departments that came before us, they were asked, do you need any amendments to current policies? And that's what we look to. How do we streamline that process? And I believe that that is a way to accomplish some of the challenges and barriers right now. And I'm always sending out emails. Oftentimes I get responses and sometimes I don't. But I'm usually, trying to get a response at the end of the day. But I appreciate the information that was shared here today. Really, let's work together to continue to try to strive in number one, fulfilling the corrective action plan for the BIDF. You'll also have the P card activities. And then you also have the business IDs. Those are the other two under Division of Economic Development. And I know that you proposed some dates to come back for RDC as well. And I'm hoping that we'll at least be halfway there trying to accomplish these as well. So again, to my colleagues, thank you so much for your input and recommendation. It is well noted, and I took a lot of notes. Even when I was in another meeting, I was still listening to the conversation and just noting what I can alongside the discussion that I was having with other departments. So, we can work on a date in May. Chair Parrish and coming back together again. This was a really great discussion, and maybe follow up to these other topics that we had today with the recommendation. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, awesome. Let's conclude today's meeting at 6:37 p.m. And safe travels to everyone. Thank you all for your attendance and attentiveness to the discussion today. Thanks to the Resource Development Committee, thanks to the Budget and Finance Committee. We will see you all soon, and have a good evening. Thank you. Are you gonna be this time?